Right now, you are told that the emperor of mankind is a corpse on the golden throne. But this belief is dangerously incomplete. Here is why. Your faith is built upon a 10,000-year-old lie, and continuing to believe it risks the very survival of the imperium. Which is why in this video, you will get the two truths that can save your soul. The default imperial truth fails because it was designed for a different era, a vaccine that has become its own disease. Many people simply perform their daily rituals or rely on the words of the ecclesiarchy. This is risky because it cultivates an ignorance that will break you when the final test arrives. The approach revealed here needs no special equipment, only a willingness to see. You will get two simple, soul-altering solutions. We will start with the second best truth, then reveal the most effective one. They are effective because they align your perception with reality. Later, you will also see three dangerous beliefs to avoid in your routine if you want to prepare for what is coming. Let us start. The first solution is the descent. When you perform the descent, you engage your core convictions at roughly 2 to 3 times the demand of standard prayer. Here is what is happening in your soul. You are creating micro-tears in your faith, forcing your spirit to rebuild stronger with the raw material of truth. A recent account from a high-ranking practitioner shows this. A custodian, after 10 millennia of service, found that this protocol led to a 100% increase in reality awareness and a complete loss of comforting delusion. Legend says the emperor himself designed this protocol during the Unification Wars. Here is exactly how to perform the descent. 1. At midnight, begin your inspection of the Sanctum Imperialis. 2. Identify an anomaly, a single data point that contradicts doctrine, like a drop of fresh, golden blood. 3. Using the highest clearance, return alone and follow the source of the anomaly down, past the bleeding sigils and the ancient doors. Start with one descent. To progress, remove your armor piece by piece until you are spiritually and physically naked. Remember, keep your mind open and stop if you feel your sanity completely severing. But the descent alone is not enough. Confronting the physical world's lies is essential, but you must be prepared for the metaphysical truth. The second, and most important, solution is the revelation. This protocol drives the major pillars of your faith to complete failure, triggering a systemic rebuilding of your entire worldview. A study of one, Shield Captain Athian, found that direct exposure to the Emperor's true, divided form improved his understanding of galactic stakes by roughly 1,000%. Researchers noted this led to a meaningful gain in his ability to make a true choice. Here is exactly how to perform the revelation. 1. Stand before the light-absorbing sarcophagus in the chamber beyond reality. 2. When the voice you have known your entire life speaks directly into your mind, kneel, but then rise when commanded. 3. Gaze upon both the perfect, radiant half and the twisted, demonic half of the master of mankind. Start with one unbearable truth. To progress, ask the entity questions, such as, why was the imperial truth a lie? And what is the price of godhood? For safety, avoid looking directly into the eye that is a window into the warp. Now, let us protect these results by avoiding the three most dangerous lies in the Imperium. The number one item to avoid is the lie of the corpse god. Many people believe this because it is the foundation of 10,000 years of imperial doctrine. The problem is, the body on the throne is only a shell, a focus for faith, and a channel for the emperor's will, not his true self. Data and experience show that clinging to this belief leads to a complete inability to process the coming transformation. For example, the 11 tribune prefects of the Custards spent millennia upholding this lie, until Athian's testimony forced them to reveal their hidden knowledge. Instead, use the safer alternative. Understand the Emperor is an active, conscious, and divided being. The number two item to avoid is the lie of the imperial truth. This is popular because it was the Emperor's original, necessary vaccine against the disease of faith. The problem is that it denies the existence of gods, Yet the emperor himself has become one. The irony of this is a crushing spiritual burden. Consider the case of Athenian himself, a being engineered to resist the warp, whose entire existence crumbled when he was forced to accept that gods, both ruinous and imperial, were real. A safer alternative is to understand that faith sustains not because it is true, but because believing makes it so. The number three, and most dangerous, item to avoid is the lie of unquestioning service. Many custodians do this because they were literally created for it. The problem is that it prevents you from making a true choice when one is finally granted. A study of Athenian's predecessors showed that 9 other custodians who learned the truth either fell silent, chose exile, or ended their own lives rather than process the information. They were unable to choose a new path. Instead, used the safer alternative. When offered a choice to speak, to die, or to join the great becoming, you must carefully consider it. Here is the truth. Surviving what comes next is 80% spiritual preparation and 20% bolter drills. That is why there is the Codex Obscuros, the hidden record for those who have seen the truth. It contains over 9 first-hand accounts. It covers the emperor's transformation, the failing balance, and the thin line between god and demon. Get it by taking the stealth ship, Whisper of Truth, to a secret conclave on Titan. This offer is available now. Tomorrow, there will be a video that reveals the final prophecy of the 10th bearer. It affects every single soul in the Imperium. Subscribe and turn on notifications so you do not miss it. Missing this drop could result in your soul being unprepared for the end of all things. Do the 2 protocols now. Feed your soul with understanding. I will see you tomorrow. No returning, no undoing of knowledge, no erasure of the memory of that divided form, half radiance and half horror. The Emperor's true nature revealed to one deemed worthy to bear it. Or perhaps simply unfortunate enough to stumble upon it at the appointed time, I was escorted from the chamber of tribunal exactis not to a cell, but to a private translocation chamber. Valoris stood with me. He had removed his helm. His face, ancient and etched with the burden of 10 millennia of secrets, was unreadable. He handed me the data slate. It contained my new identity, my travel authorizations, and a single, encrypted file. The Codex. The 9 who came before you each added their testimony, Valoris said, his voice quiet, stripped of its official boom. Each saw something slightly different. The Emperor's state is not static. It evolves. Your account, Athenian, is the most urgent yet. The transformation beginning, the visible corruption upon the shell, none had reported that before. So I was not just another link in the chain, I was the harbinger, the one who witnessed the beginning of the end. The burden grew heavier still. The others, I asked. The 9. Where are they now? 2 still live, Valoris said. You will meet them on Titan. They will be your guides. The others serve in ways you cannot yet comprehend. Some are voices in the dark, whispers of guidance to an inquisitor on the brink of despair. Others are silent blades that remove a governor whose faith is becoming a liability. They are the antibodies in the Imperium's blood, preparing the body for the fever to come. From heretic to antibody, the roles were not so different, I supposed. Both were foreign agents acting against the system's perceived health. And you, Lord Commander, I asked, unable to stop myself, you have never been drawn below. For the first time, a flicker of something crossed Valoris's face, a shadow of an emotion too ancient to name. My duty is here. At the foot of the throne, someone must remain to command the blind faithful. Someone must be the rock against which the waves of heresy break, even if that heresy is the truth. He looked at me, his eyes holding the weight of ages. We all serve, Athenian. You will serve in the light of truth. I will serve in the shadow of the lie. Both are necessary. Both are a curse. He placed a hand on my shoulder, the auramite of his gauntlet cold against the simple fabric of my robe. There is one final thing you must know, a truth not even the other 9 were given, for the time was not right. The Emperor's transformation is not random. It has a purpose, a final, terrible goal. I waited, my heart a cold knot in my chest. What could be more terrible than what I had already seen? He is not merely becoming a new god, Valoris whispered, his voice so low I could barely hear it. He is birthing one. The corruption you saw is not a flaw. It is a womb. He is gathering the darkness, the power of the warp, the raw chaos of belief, and forging it inside himself. He intends to give birth to a new god of order, a being capable of fighting the ruinous powers on their own terms. A true counterpart to chaos. I staggered back, my hand flying to my mouth. A new god, born from the Emperor. The sheer scale of it, the cosmic ambition and the horrifying risk was beyond comprehension. And the price, I choked out. What is the price for such a creation? The vessel may not survive the birth, Valoris said, his face grim. The Emperor as we know him, the being that was once the master of mankind, may be consumed in the process, leaving only this new, raw god in his place. A god with no memory of humanity, no love for its creators, an engine of pure, unfeeling order, the final test, not faith against truth, but humanity against its own salvation. Our shield could become our destroyer. That, Valoris said, is the truth you must carry, Athian. That is the warning you must heed. Humanity must be ready not just for the Emperor's change, but for the possibility that they must stand against the very God he creates to save them. The translocation arch hummed to life, a curtain of shimmering blue energy filling the doorway. My chariot to Titan awaited. I looked at the Lord Commander of the Adeptus Custards, the guardian of the greatest lie in the galaxy, and for the first time I understood the true meaning of service. It was not loyalty, it was sacrifice. I will not fail, I said, my voice steady now, forged in the fire of this final, most terrible revelation. I know, Valoris said. He turned away, donning his helm. The mask was back in place. The 10th has a special significance, the fulfillment of prophecy. Go, Athian, truth-bearer. May you find more solace in the truth than I have found in the lie. I stepped through the shimmering portal, leaving the imperial palace, my home of 10,000 years, behind me. The light of Titan's cold moon was a pale imitation of the Emperor's golden radiance, but it felt more honest, more real. My name is Athian. I was a shield captain. I was a heretic. Now I am something else. I am a seed, a warning carried on the wind, and my work is just beginning. For the Emperor is not dying. He is giving birth, and humanity must be ready to face his child. Change. A new age for humanity, or its final, agonizing end. My first destination was Phalanx, the ancient, mobile fortress monastery of the Imperial Fists, Dawn's own sons, the Praetorians of Terra. Of all the first founding chapters, they remain the most deeply connected to the throne world, their purpose inextricably linked to its defense. If any chapter master needed to understand the true nature of what they defended, it was Vaughn Hagen, the stoic, unyielding lord of the Fists. The journey was solitary. The whisper of truth was crewed by a handful of servitors and a single tech priest of a reclusive Martian sect, all sworn to secrecy and bound by oaths that predated the ecclesiarchy. I spent the time immersed in the Codex Obscuros, not the full sensory experience of the Scria Cogitator, but a distilled data slate version. I studied the methods of my predecessors, their successes, their failures. One, the fourth bearer, had approached a Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus with too much truth too quickly. The Inquisitor, his mind conditioned to see chaos in every shadow, had declared the bearer a heretic of the most insidious kind. A conflict had ensued. The bearer had escaped, but the Inquisitor had become a powerful enemy, his paranoia seeding suspicion that had hampered the bearer's work for centuries. A lesson in patience. Another, the seventh, had tried to sway a chapter master of the Iron Hands by appealing to logic and the evidence of technological progression. But the Iron Hands' cold logic was a brittle thing, a defense against the horror of their Primarch's death. When presented with a truth that contradicted the foundational tenets of their chapter's belief in the Emperor's divine perfection, their logic fractured, replaced by furious, violent rejection. A lesson in understanding the emotional foundations, that underpin even the most rational minds. I learned that truth was a weapon, and like any weapon, it required skill to wield. A clumsy strike could do more harm than good. A truth delivered at the wrong time, to the wrong mind, could shatter a useful ally or create a dangerous enemy. The whisper of truth emerged from the immaterium in the Terra system, a place I had not expected to see again so soon. But Phalanx, in its eternal vigil, orbited the throne world, a silent, adamantium moon of war. My vessel broadcast no imperial call signs, instead using an ancient Mechanicus trading cipher granted to me by Valoris. It was enough to secure a landing bay in the commercial districts of the lower spire, far from the martial heart of the fortress. Disembarking, I was no longer a custodian. I wore the simple, dark robes of a pilgrim, my face concealed by a deep hood. The only weapon I carried was a compact power sword disguised as a walking staff, its activation stud hidden in the pommel. The twisted aquila remained pinned to my inner robe, a cold weight against my skin. Phalanx was a city in space, its scale defying easy comprehension. Its corridors were not the marble and gold of the palace, but gunmetal grey adamantium, scarred by millennia of battle. The air hummed with the thrum of ancient plasma engines and the clang of industry. Servitors and chapter serfs bustled past, their faces grim and purposeful. This was a place of war, not worship, and in that I found a strange comfort. The honesty of its purpose felt more aligned with my new mission than the gilded lies I had left behind. Gaining an audience with a chapter master was no simple feat, even for a supposed pilgrim with Mechanicus credentials. It took weeks, weeks spent in the lower districts, observing the daily life of the fortress. I watched the neophytes train, their bodies pushed beyond mortal limits, their minds filled with the catechisms of loyalty and sacrifice. I listened to the chapter serfs in the mess halls, their conversations a mix of mundane complaints and profound, unshakable faith in the emperor and their Astartes masters. All of it, a carefully constructed edifice of belief, an edifice I was here to test, and perhaps to crack. I used the time to study Vaughan Hagen from a distance. I accessed public records, tactical analyses of his campaigns, transcripts of his rare public addresses. He was a son of dawn in every sense. Stubborn, resolute, valuing fortitude and duty above all else. He was a builder, a defender, not an innovator. His faith was in the solid foundations of the past, not the uncertain possibilities of the future. He would be difficult. My opportunity came not through official channels, but through a calculated risk. The imperial fists maintained a small, highly restricted archive, the Librarium Dornus, containing the personal writings and tactical treatises of their primarch. Access was granted to almost no one. Using clearance codes I had memorized from my time as shield captain, codes that were ancient, powerful, and hopefully forgotten by the current generation of imperial security, I bypassed the outer layers of the archive's security. I did not attempt to enter. Instead, I left a message in the system's access log, a single line of text in an archaic high Gothic cipher used by Rogel Dawn himself. The last wall is not of stone, but of understanding. It was a gamble. If the code was unrecognized, it would be dismissed as a glitch. If it was recognized, but deemed a security threat, I would have the full might of the Imperial Fist's first company descending on my modest hab block. But if Hagen himself saw it, if he recognized the cipher of his primarch, curiosity might overcome caution. 2 days later, as I meditated in my Spartan quarters, the door chimed. Not the gentle chime of a servitor, but the insistent, authoritative tone of a warrior. I opened it to find two massive Astartes in the golden armor of the Huskarls, the chapter master's personal guard. Their bolters were not raised, but their hands rested upon them. "Lord Hagen will see you," one said, his voice a low rumble. They escorted me not to the grand audience chamber, but to a private study high in the command spire. The room was dominated by a large obsidian desk and a single viewport that looked out upon the curve of Terra. Vaughan Hagen stood before it, his back to me. He was not wearing his full battle plate, but a simple grey tunic that did little to conceal the immense power of his transhuman physique. "You used my father's private cipher," he said, without turning. "There are less than a dozen beings in the galaxy who know it. All of them are my brothers in the chapter command. You are not one of them." "I am not," I agreed. He turned then. His face was a mask of stern lines and old scars, his eyes the color of a winter storm. "Who are you to use a Primarch's private codes? A bearer of truths that are equally private," I replied, meeting his gaze. He studied me for a long moment, his eyes searching, assessing. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken threat. "The message you left. The last wall is not of stone, but of understanding." An obscure line from one of my father's more philosophical treatises. Why that line? "Because the walls defending humanity are about to be tested as never before," I said, "and the strength of adamantium will not be enough to see us through the coming storm." Hagen's expression did not change, but I saw a flicker of something in his eyes. Not belief, but a grudging curiosity. "You speak in riddles. I am a warrior, not a philosopher. Speak plainly, or my huskarls will find a way to loosen your tongue." "I was once a warrior myself," I said, and with a deliberate movement, I reached into my robe and unpinned the twisted aquila. I held it out on the palm of my hand. "I was Athian, shield captain of the Adeptus Custards." The reaction was not what I expected. There was no gasp of shock, no immediate accusation of heresy. Instead, Hagen's eyes narrowed on the pin, his focus absolute. He recognized the form, the symbol of the Emperor's personal guard, and he recognized the deliberate, blasphemous alteration. "A custodian," he breathed, the words a mix of reverence and disbelief. "It is said your kind never leaves the palace, never abandons the vigil." "The nature of the vigil has changed," I replied. "Some of us must now stand watch beyond the palace walls." He gestured to the pin. "And that abomination. A symbol of a deeper truth," I said. "A truth I have been sent to share with those who have the strength to bear it. A truth that begins with a simple, world-shattering fact. The Emperor is not what the Imperium believes him to be." Hagen stared at the pin, then at my face. The warring emotions were clear on his face. The ingrained reverence for my former station, the conditioned revulsion at the heretical symbol, the warrior's suspicion of a trap, and the son of dawn's unyielding demand for truth. "Explain," he commanded, his voice low and dangerous. "Explain what you mean, custodian. And I will be the judge of whether you are a messenger or a heretic." And so, for the second time in my new life, I recounted what I had witnessed. I spoke of the golden throne, of the divided emperor, of the coming transformation. I did not reveal the full truth, not yet. I followed the strategy we had formulated. I spoke of purpose, of evolution, of the golden throne as a chrysalis. I presented the emperor's state not as a defeat, but as a long, deliberate preparation for the next stage of humanity's war for survival. Hagen listened in absolute silence, his face unreadable. He did not interrupt. He did not question. He simply absorbed the words, his immense self-control a palpable force in the room. When I had finished, he remained silent for a long time, his gaze fixed on the distant, swirling blue of terror. "Heresy," he said at last, his voice flat. "Everything you have said is heresy of the highest order, the ravings of a madman or the lies of a creature of the warp. And yet you listened," I pointed out. "A true madman would not have your Primarch's cipher. A creature of the warp would not stand so easily in this sanctified place. You know, on some level, that what I speak is not a simple lie. My father taught me to test every foundation before building upon it," Hagen retorted. "I am testing your story, custodian. And I find it wanting. Then let me provide you with a stone to test it against," I said. "You have access to records few in the Imperium possess. Records of the Emperor's own words during the Great Crusade before the silence of the throne. He spoke then not of faith, but of truth. The imperial truth. He spoke against the worship of gods, against the superstitions of religion." How do you reconcile the man who spoke those words with the silent God your chaplains preach of? The emperor's divinity became manifest after his sacrifice, Hagen said, reciting the standard ecclesiastical doctrine. His sacrifice proved his godhood. Did it? I pressed. Or did humanity, in its grief and fear, create a god to fill the void he left behind? A god he himself would have rejected? Hagen's jaw tightened. I was treading on dangerous ground, questioning the very foundation of the post-heresy imperium. But I had to. I had to make him question, to see the contradictions in the faith he had defended his entire life. You speak of things that are beyond the concerns of a warrior, he said, his voice dangerously low. My duty is to defend the imperium, not to debate its theology. But what if the theology is a lie that weakens the defense? I countered. What if the belief in a perfect, unchanging God prevents you from adapting to a changing, evolving reality? The Emperor evolves, Lord Hagen. So must the Imperium's understanding of him. To do otherwise is to build a fortress on a foundation of sand, and the tide is coming in. I could see the struggle in his eyes, the conditioning of a lifetime warring with the logic of my words. The imperial fists were builders, engineers. They understood foundations. The metaphor was not lost on him. You ask me to betray 10,000 years of faith, he said. No, I replied, my voice softening. I ask you to look beyond the faith to the truth it was built to conceal. I ask you to be what your father was, a praetorian of humanity. A guardian not just of a physical throne, but of a future you cannot yet comprehend. The emperor is not dying. He is giving birth, and his children must be ready to face his child. The final words hung in the air between us. The same words Valoris had spoken to me, the words that had sent me on this path. Hagen turned back to the viewport, his massive form silhouetted against the light of terror. I will need proof, he said, his voice barely a whisper. More than a twisted symbol and a story that sounds like madness. Proof can be arranged, I said, knowing I was taking another calculated risk. But it will require you to leave Phalanx, to travel with me to a place where the truth is not a matter of debate, but of direct observation. Where? He asked, his suspicion returning. Titan, I said simply. The name dropped into the silence of the room with the weight of a collapsing bastion. Titan, the forbidden moon. The fortress of the Grey Knights. A name whispered in the highest echelons of the Imperium, a place of myth and secrecy. Hagen turned from the window, his face a storm of conflicting emotions. Surprise, suspicion, and a dawning, terrible understanding. The Grey Knights were the Imperium's ultimate weapon against the warp, if they were involved in this. The Grey Knights are a legend, he said, testing the word. They are a reality, I confirmed, and their supreme Grandmaster awaits your arrival. He will show you the records. The Codex Obscuros, the collected witnessings of 10 millennia. He will show you the truth, Vaughan Hagen. The only question is whether you have the fortitude to look. It was the ultimate challenge, framed in the language a son of dawn would understand. A challenge to his courage, his fortitude, his very essence. To refuse would be a form of cowardice. To accept would be to step into a world of heresy and shadow from which there was no return. He stared at me for what felt like an eternity, his mind weighing the fate of his chapter, his soul, the very imperium he was sworn to defend. I will accompany you, he said at last, his voice resonating with the finality of an oath sworn on the hilt of a power sword. But know this, custodian. If this is a trap, if you are an agent of the enemy cloaked in a noble guise, I will tear the truth from your throat with my own hands, and I will burn Titan to its bedrock. I expect nothing less, I replied. But the fire you should fear, Lord Hagen, is not the one you will bring with you. It is the one that will be kindled in your mind when you gaze upon the truth. Arranging the departure was a delicate matter. A chapter master of the first founding does not simply vanish. Hagen announced a clandestine mission to inspect a series of newly established watch forts in the Segmentum Solar. He would take only his personal vessel, the Fist of Defiance, and a small honor guard of his most trusted Huskarls. I would travel aboard as a mechanicus liaison, my identity shielded by Hagen's own authority. The journey to Saturn was tense. Hagen's Huskarls watched me with open suspicion, their hands never far from their weapons. They were sons of Dawn, loyal to their master without question, but my presence was an anomaly they could not reconcile. Hagen himself spoke little, his mind clearly consumed with the implications of my revelations. He spent much of the journey in his private scriptorium, reviewing ancient texts, perhaps searching for some corroboration, some hint in his Primarch's writings that might prepare him for what was to come. As we approached Titan, I transmitted the recognition codes Dilesian had provided. The moon's formidable defenses stood down, allowing the Fist of Defiance to enter orbit. As before, we were directed to a secluded landing bay. This time, however, the reception was different. Supreme Grandmaster Drago was not there. Instead, we were met by a single figure in the silver armor of the Grey Knights. He was not a Terminator, but a Paladin, one of the chapter's elite champions. His face was bare, revealing features that were noble, yet impossibly weary, as if he carried the weight of ages. "Lord Hagen," the Paladin said, his voice calm and steady. "I am Brother Captain Arvin Stern. The Supreme Grandmaster is occupied. He has charged me with escorting you to the Librarium Obscuros." Hagen nodded, his expression grim. "My Huskarls will accompany me." Stern's gaze flickered to the golden-armored warriors behind Hagen. "They may come as far as the antechamber, but the Librarium itself is for your eyes only. The knowledge within is not meant for minds unprepared." The Huskarls bristled at the implied slight, but Hagen silenced them with a gesture. He understood the necessity of secrecy. We followed Stern through the austere corridors of the fortress. The silence of the place was unnerving after the constant industry of phalanx. Here, the only sound was the tread of our own feet on the cold stone. We reached the massive adamantium doors of the librarium. Stern placed his hand on the recognition panel, and they swung open. Hagen's Huskarls took up positions in the antechamber, their faces grim masks of duty. Stern then turned to Hagen. "What you are about to experience will challenge every belief you hold, Lord Hagen," he said, his voice soft but firm. "It will feel like a violation, but it is necessary. The truth must be understood if we are to survive." Hagen merely grunted, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword. He was a man of action, not words. He was ready to face whatever lay beyond the door. Stern led us inside. The chamber was as I remembered it. A simple, circular room with the Skria cogitator at its center. "A mind interface," Hagen observed, his voice laced with suspicion. "Dark Age technology, unreliable, prone to corruption. This device is shielded by faith and technology that have never failed," Stern replied. "It is the only way to experience the truth in its fullness. To read a text is to interpret, to experience a memory is to understand." Hagen looked at me, a final question in his eyes. I simply nodded. This was the precipice. He had to take the final step himself. With a deep breath, Vorn Hagen, chapter master of the Imperial Fists, son of Rogel Dawn, placed his hands on the Skria cogitator. I watched as his body went rigid, his eyes closing, his mind drawn into the vortex of 10,000 years of forbidden knowledge. I saw the muscles in his jaw clench, his hands grip the pedestal until his knuckles were white. I knew the torrent of information and sensation that was flooding his mind. The shock of Valdor's first witnessing, the growing dread of the successive bearers, the final, terrible clarity of my own encounter with the divided emperor. He was experiencing it all, not as a story, but as his own memory. He was standing with me in that impossible chamber beneath the palace. He was gazing upon the half-god, half-abomination that was the master of mankind. Minutes stretched into an hour. Stern and I stood in silence, bearing witness to the breaking and remaking of a great man's soul. Finally, with a choked gasp, Hagen stumbled back from the pedestal, his legs giving way. He would have collapsed had Stern not moved with transhuman speed to support him. Hagen's eyes were wide, staring at something far beyond the walls of the chamber. I saw in them the same horror, the same annihilating comprehension that I had seen in my own reflection in the mirrored floor of that hidden chamber. It is true, he whispered, the words ragged, torn from his very soul. All of it, the division, the transformation. Dawn's blood, what has he become? He has become what is necessary, I said softly. Hagen shook his head, pushing himself away from Stern, standing on his own unsteady feet. He was a man adrift, his foundational beliefs shattered. Necessary, that thing, is not the emperor I have served. That is a monster wearing his face. It is both, I said. God and monster, emperor and other. That is the truth you must now carry, Lord Hagen. The emperor is not a static ideal to be worshipped, but a dynamic, terrifying reality that must be understood and adapted to. Hagen staggered to the wall, bracing himself against the cold stone. He was breathing heavily, his formidable physique struggling to cope with the psychic shock. The faith, the sacrifices, 10,000 years, all for a lie. Not a lie, Stern corrected, his voice gentle but firm. A necessary simplification, a myth to unite humanity, but the age of myth is ending. The age of truth is at hand. And it will be a terrible age indeed, if men like you are not prepared to lead humanity through it. Hagen looked from Stern to me, his eyes slowly regaining their focus, the initial shock giving way to a grim, terrible resolve. The son of dawn was reasserting himself, building new walls inside his mind to contain the devastating truth he now possessed. The 108 years, he said, his voice gaining strength. The final transformation. Yes, I confirmed. And you believe this, emergence, will be humanity's salvation. It is our only hope, I said. The Emperor believes it is the path to humanity's ultimate evolution, a form that can defeat chaos on its own terms. Hope, Hagen scoffed, a bitter, humorless sound. I saw a being of immense power teetering on the brink of damnation. What if he fails? What if the balance collapses the wrong way? What if the thing that emerges from the golden throne is not the savior of humanity, but its final, greatest enemy? That is a possibility, Stern admitted grimly. The Emperor's path is one of immense risk. That is why we must prepare. We must ensure that the imperium is strong enough, united enough, and aware enough to face either outcome. Hagen pushed himself off the wall, his full stature seeming to return. He was still shaken, but the warrior was back in command. And what is your plan, custodian? To whisper truths in the ears of a few powerful men while the galaxy burns. The imperium is a beast of faith and ignorance. It will not be guided by reason. Not at first, I agreed. But we plant seeds. We create networks of understanding. When the great change comes, when the truth is revealed to all in a blinding flash, those seeds will be the only thing that prevents the entire imperium from collapsing into civil war and madness. I then outlined the full scope of our plan, the other truth-bearers and their targets, the gradual dissemination of knowledge, the isolation of those who would resist. Hagen listened, his expression hardening into one of intense calculation. He was no longer a man of faith, but a commander assessing a strategic problem of unimaginable scale. Your plan is logical, he conceded. But it is too slow, too subtle. 108 years is nothing. We need more than a network of enlightened leaders. We need a bulwark, a fortress of understanding that can withstand the coming storm. What do you propose? I asked. The Astartes, he said, his eyes blazing with a new fire. Not just a few chapter masters, all of them. The Primarchs created the Space Marine Legions to be the Emperor's sword and shield. They were meant to be guided by truth, not blind faith. We must return them to their original purpose. You propose to reveal this truth to all 1,000 chapters? Stern asked, his voice sharp with alarm. The chaos it would unleash. Many are too steeped in the imperial creed. They would declare us heretics and launch a new civil war. Not all at once, Hagen countered, his strategic mind now fully engaged. We start with the sons of the loyalist Primarchs, the first founding and their most trusted successors. We bring them here, we show them the truth. We forge a new compact, a council of Astartes masters sworn to guide the imperium through the change. We will be the emperor's new praetorians, guardians of his truth, not just his corpse. I saw the grandeur and the danger in his vision. It was bold, audacious, and profoundly risky. But he was right. My own plan was too subtle, too slow. The truth-bearers could plant seeds, but the Astartes could move mountains. Many will refuse, I warned. The Black Templars, your own successors, will call for your head. The Black Templars are zealots, Hagen dismissed with a grimace. They have forgotten Dawn's true teachings, but others, the Ultramarines, the Blood Angels, the Space Wolves, they are led by reasonable men. They will listen. He looked at me, his gaze intense. But we cannot approach them as we are, a lone, exiled custodian and a reclusive chapter master. We need more. We need a symbol, something they cannot deny. What symbol? I asked. Hagen's gaze drifted back toward the antechamber where his huskarls waited. We need the authority of the throne itself. We need one of your brothers, custodian. We need the Captain General. The suggestion was staggering, to bring Trajan Valoris into this, to ask the chief guardian of the Imperium's greatest secret to help disseminate it. It was unthinkable. Valoris knows, I said. He and the tribunes, they sanctioned my mission. But they believe in secrecy, in containment. They will never agree to a plan of this scale. Then we must convince them, Hagen insisted. The risk of inaction is greater than the risk of action. That is the first principle of fortress defense. You cannot win a siege by simply hiding behind your walls. You must sally forth. He strode toward the door. Our conversation is not over, custodian. We will return to Terra. You and I will stand before the Captain General. We will make him see. He paused at the door and looked back, not at me, but at Stern. Brother Captain, my thanks for your hospitality. What I have seen here has changed me. I am no longer just a defender of walls. Now I must be a builder of futures. With that, he swept from the room, his huskarls falling into step behind him. Stern and I were left alone in the silence of the librarium. He is a force of nature, the Grey Knight observed, a hint of admiration in his voice. Once his mind is set on a course, he will not be easily turned. He will break himself against the traditions of the custards, I said, the thought filling me with dread. Valoris will see this as a threat to the stability of the throne. Perhaps, Stern mused. Or perhaps he will see the logic in it. The Emperor's plan was for you to plant seeds. He did not specify how large those seeds might grow or how quickly. He looked at me. Vaughan Hagen is right about one thing. You need more than just your own testimony. Having the Lord of the Imperial Fists at your side will open doors that would otherwise remain sealed. I knew he was right. Hagen's endorsement, his transformation from a bastion of tradition to an agent of change, would be a powerful testament. If he, a son of Dawn, could accept this truth, perhaps others could too. Our return journey to Terra was different. Hagen was no longer silent and brooding. He was energized, focused. He summoned me to his scriptorium daily, and we spent hours planning. We debated which chapter masters to approach first. Marnius Calgar of the Ultramarines, a statesman as much as a warrior. Dante of the Blood Angels, ancient and wise. Logan Grimnar of the Space Wolves, a pragmatist who had always chafed under the yoke of imperial dogma. We compiled lists, formulated arguments, prepared for the monumental task ahead. The suspicion of his huskarls had been replaced by a quiet confusion. They saw their master working closely with the strange, mechanicus liaison, and they did not understand. But their loyalty was to Hagen, and they obeyed without question. When the Fist of Defiance arrived back in orbit around Terra, Hagen sent a single, encrypted message to the Imperial Palace. Captain General Valoris, requesting immediate audience. A matter of the highest security concerning the Last Wall Protocol. I bring with me your agent, the 10th witness. The reply came within the hour. Audience granted. Landing Bay Primus. Come alone, both of you. The Last Wall Protocol. An ancient contingency plan, known only to the highest levels of the Adeptus Custards and the masters of the Terran-based Astartes chapters. It was to be enacted only in the event of a second siege of terror, a final, desperate defense of the throne. By invoking its name, Hagen had ensured that Valoris would see him. He had raised the stakes to their absolute limit. We descended to the palace in a single, unadorned gunship. As we stepped onto the landing bay, a place normally reserved for the highest dignitaries of the Imperium, I saw Valoris waiting for us. He was alone, his guardian spear held loosely in one hand. His face, as always, was an unreadable mask. "Lord Hagen," he said, his voice calm. "You have invoked a protocol that has not been whispered in 1,000 years. This had better be a matter of supreme importance." "It is," Hagen replied, his own voice equally firm. "It concerns the very foundation upon which that wall is built." Valoris's gaze shifted to me. I saw a flicker of something in his eyes. Surprise, disapproval. "Truth-bearer," he said, the title a quiet acknowledgement of my new role. "Your mission was to disseminate knowledge discreetly, not to bring a first founding chapter master to my doorstep demanding action." "My mission evolved," I said. "The truth is not a seed that can be planted in secret and left to grow in the dark. It is a fire, and it is time it was brought into the light." Valoris listened as Hagen laid out his plan. The Council of Chapter Masters, the forging of a new compact to guide the Imperium through the great change. He spoke with the passion and conviction of a man utterly transformed, a man who had seen the abyss and found a new purpose on its edge. When Hagen finished, Valoris was silent for a long time. He paced the landing bay, his golden armor gleaming under the harsh lights. "Madness," he said at last. "You propose to tell the most powerful warriors in the galaxy that their god is a mutating demigod and their faith is a necessary lie. You will not create a bulwark. You will create 1,000 new heresies. You will start a war that will make the age of apostasy look like a minor schism." "Faith in a lie is a weakness," Hagen countered. "The Astartes were made for truth. They can bear its weight." "Can they?" Valoris shot back, his voice losing its calm for the first time. "I have watched over the throne for centuries. I have seen what the raw truth of the Emperor's nature can do to even the strongest minds. It broke some of my finest brothers. You would unleash that on men who have been taught since birth to venerate the Emperor as a perfect, divine being. You overestimate their flexibility, and you underestimate the power of 10,000 years of dogma. And you underestimate their loyalty," I interjected. "Their loyalty is to the Emperor, not to the ecclesiarchy's interpretation of him. If the truth comes from you, Captain General, from the guardian of his throne, they will listen." Valoris stopped his pacing and turned to face me. "You ask me to betray my most sacred duty. The custards have kept this secret for one reason, to maintain the stability of the Imperium, to prevent the very chaos you are proposing to unleash." "The stability you defend is an illusion," Hagen said, his voice ringing with authority. "It is the calm before the storm. The great change is coming, Valoris. We can either prepare for it or be swept away by it. There is no other choice." I saw the conflict in the Captain General's eyes, the rigid adherence to millennia of tradition warring with the undeniable logic of Hagen's words. He knew the truth. He knew the transformation was accelerating. He knew that the old ways would not be sufficient for what was to come. "Even if I were to agree," he said slowly, "the tribunes would never sanction it. The risk is too great." "Then we act without their sanction," Hagen said, his boldness shocking even me. "You are the Captain General. Your authority is second only to the Emperor himself. Lead, Valoris. Do not hide behind tradition. The fate of humanity is at stake." Valoris looked from Hagen's fiery, determined face to my own. He saw two men who had been transformed by the same terrible truth, two men who were now utterly committed to a new path. "What you propose," he said, his voice barely a whisper, "is the greatest gamble in the history of the Imperium." "It is," I agreed, "but the alternative is not a gamble. It is a certainty. The certainty of annihilation when the truth is revealed to an unprepared galaxy." The three of us stood in silence on that landing bay, three guardians of the Imperium, each representing a different aspect of its power. The Astartes, the custards, and the truth-bearers. A warrior, a guardian, and a messenger. The fate of the next century, and perhaps all of human history, would be decided by the choice that was made in that moment. Finally, Valoris looked up, his eyes meeting mine. He gave a single, almost imperceptible nod. "A council will be convened," he said, his voice filled with a terrible gravity. "Here, on Terra, I will send the summons myself, the masters of the first founding chapters. They will be told it is a war council to discuss the gravest threat the Imperium has ever faced. And in a way, that will be the truth." He turned to Hagen. "You will get your counsel, Lord Hagen, but the consequences of this action will fall on all of us. If it fails, we will not merely be branded as heretics. We will be remembered as the men who shattered the Imperium in its final hour." "A risk I am willing to take," Hagen said, his voice unwavering. "As am I affirmed." Valoris looked out at the vast expanse of the imperial palace, the golden spires reaching toward the heavens. "The Emperor's final instructions were for you to plant the seeds of truth," he said to me, his voice tinged with a profound irony. "It seems, Athian, that you have chosen to plant a forest. Let us pray that we do not all burn in the fire it creates." The summons went out. Encrypted messages carried on the fastest ships, bearing the personal seal of the Captain General of the Adeptus Custards. They went to Macragge, to Bale, to Fenris, to every corner of the Imperium where the sons of the loyalist Primarchs held sway. The message was simple and terrifying in its vagueness. The masters of the first founding and their chosen successors are summoned to Terra. A council of war is to be held. The fate of the Imperium is at stake. The last wall protocol is to be reviewed. The response was swift. Across the galaxy, the most powerful space marine chapters began to mobilize. Ships were recalled from war zones. Campaigns were put on hold. The masters of humanity's finest warriors turned their eyes toward the throne world. Their arrival would take months, in some cases years. But they were coming. During that time, Terra became a fortress preparing for a different kind of war, a war of ideas. Valoris, Hagen and I formed the nucleus of this conspiracy of truth. We worked in secret, deep within the private sanctums of the Custards. We drafted the arguments we would present. We gathered the evidence. I spent weeks in the deepest, most restricted archives of the palace, unearthing records from the Great Crusade, records of the Emperor's own words that would corroborate my testimony. Hagen, for his part, began a quiet campaign of his own. He reached out to a few trusted chapter masters, not with the full truth, but with hints and carefully worded questions. He spoke to Cantor of the Crimson Fists, a man who had seen his chapter all but destroyed and rebuilt it through sheer force of will. He spoke to Tushan of the Salamanders, whose chapter valued compassion and humanity above all else. He was testing the waters, preparing the ground for the bombshell that was to come. I became Valoris's shadow. He took me with him on his inspections of the palace, on his reviews of the Silent Sisterhood's vigil, even into the antechamber of the Golden Throne itself. He was showing me the scale of what we were risking, the delicate balance of ritual, faith, and ancient technology that kept the Imperium functioning. "You see," he said one day, as we stood before the massive doors of the throne room, the subsonic hum of the ancient machinery vibrating through our bones. "This is what you are asking me to gamble. The faith of a quadrillion souls, the psychic beacon that allows us to traverse the stars. The very shield that holds back the horrors of the warp, all of it is powered by a belief you intend to shatter. We intend to replace it with something stronger," I replied. "Truth. Truth is a brittle shield," he countered. "Faith is armor of a different kind. It is flexible. It can absorb blows that would shatter a more rigid defense. But it cannot adapt," I said, "and the threat we face is one of adaptation. The Emperor adapts, so must we." Our debates were endless, a constant testing of our resolve, but our course was set. The ships were on their way. The council would happen. Months bled into a year. The first chapter masters began to arrive. Marnius Calgar of the Ultramarines, his magnificent ship docking at the high orbital spire. He was a statesman, his mind as keen as his power fists. He came with questions, his intelligence network having noted the unprecedented nature of the summons. Then came Dante of the Blood Angels, ancient and frail in his golden armor, his wisdom as deep as the centuries he had lived. He came with a sense of foreboding, the psychic soul of his chapter, the sanguiner, having been troubled by dark omens. One by one they arrived. Grimnar of the Space Wolves, his entourage boisterous and suspicious. The chapter master of the Raven Guard, a silent, shadowy figure. The leaders of the Iron Hands, the White Scars, the Salamanders. Each was a legend, a demigod of war who had saved 1,000 worlds. Now they were gathered in one place, a concentration of power not seen on Terra since the Horus heresy. They were housed in the Tower of Hegemon, a fortress within the palace reserved for visiting Astartes heroes. They met with each other, their conversations hushed and filled with speculation. They knew something momentous was occurring. They could feel it in the very air of Terra. Finally, the day of the council arrived. We gathered in the chamber of the Senatorum Imperialis, a vast amphitheatre that had not been used in centuries. The High Lords of Terra had been relocated for the duration. The chamber was occupied only by the chapter masters, their personal honor guards, and at the center of the dais, Valoris, Hagen, and myself. The air was thick with tension. The assembled Astartes were warriors, not politicians. They were impatient with ceremony. Marnius Calgar was the first to speak, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. "Captain General," he said, his tone respectful but firm. "We have come from across the galaxy at your summons. You spoke of a grave threat, of the last wall. We are here. What is this threat? Is it a Baden, a new Warg? A Tyranid splinter fleet of unprecedented size?" Valoris rose, his golden armor seeming to absorb the light of the chamber. He looked out at the faces of the assembled heroes, the living legends of the Imperium. "The threat," he said, his voice ringing with a terrible clarity, "is not a new one. It is the oldest threat of all. It is the threat of ignorance, and it comes from within. It comes from this very palace. It comes from the Golden Throne itself." A wave of shock and confusion rippled through the chamber. The chapter masters exchanged uneasy glances. This was not what they had expected. "For 10,000 years," Valoris continued, "the Adeptus Custodes has kept a secret, a truth so profound, so terrible, that we believed humanity was not ready to hear it. We were wrong. The time for secrets is over. The time for truth has come." He gestured to me. "This is Athian. He was once a shield captain of my own guard. Now he is something more. He is a truth-bearer, and he will tell you what he has witnessed. I ask that you listen with an open mind. I ask that you listen not as men of faith, but as the warriors of reason and truth your primarchs created you to be." I stepped forward, my heart pounding in my chest despite my enhanced physiology. I looked out at the faces of the demigods of war. Dante, his ancient face a mask of sorrowful wisdom. Grimnar, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Calgar, his expression one of intense, analytical concentration. The fate of the galaxy hung on the words I was about to speak. "My lords," I began, my voice steady, "I am here to tell you a truth that will challenge everything you believe. The Emperor is not dead, but neither is he the silent god you worship." I took a deep breath. "The Emperor is transforming, and the Imperium must transform with him or perish." I told them everything, the sub-levels, the divided form, the conversation with that half-god, half-monster, the 108-year timeline, the great change. As I spoke, the mood in the chamber shifted from confusion to disbelief, then to anger. I saw faces harden, hands clench into fists. The very air grew heavy with a sense of violation, of blasphemy. When I finished, there was a stunned silence. It was broken by a roar of fury. "Heresy!" The voice belonged to the chapter master of the Black Templars, High Marshal Helbrecht, who had been invited as a successor of the Imperial Fists. He rose to his feet, his hand on the hilt of his sword. "This is the foulest blasphemy I have ever heard. This man is a traitor, a servant of chaos. Captain General, how can you allow this filth to be spoken in this sacred place? He speaks the truth, High Marshal, Hagen said, his own voice a low growl. I have seen it myself. You have been deceived, Lord Hagen, Helbrecht roared. Corrupted by this creature. Enough. Valoris's voice cut through the anger like a razor. He had not moved, but the sheer force of his authority silenced the chamber. You were asked to listen, not to judge. The evidence for what Athian speaks is undeniable. It resides on Titan, under the protection of the Grey Knights. The mention of the Grey Knights sent another ripple of shock through the assembly, but it was Dante who spoke next, his voice ancient and filled with a profound sadness. We have sensed it, he said, his words silencing all others. The blood angels have felt a change in the Emperor's light, a shadow in the golden radiance. We thought it was a reflection of our own flaw, of the curse that haunts our bloodline. But it was not our shadow, it was his. He looked at me, his eyes filled with a terrible understanding. What you say, it has the ring of truth, a truth I fear my soul has known for centuries. His words changed the tenor of the room. The fury began to subside, replaced by a dawning, horrified contemplation. If Dante, the most revered of all living chapter masters, gave credence to this, what would you have us do? Calgar asked, his voice cutting to the heart of the matter. If what you say is true, what is our purpose in this? What is this transformation you speak of? The Emperor's purpose, I explained, is to guide humanity to its next stage of evolution, to create a form that can defeat chaos on its own terms. He is becoming a new kind of being, one that straddles both the material and immaterial realms, and we must prepare the Imperium for his emergence. Prepare how? Asked Log and Grimnar, his voice a low growl. By telling every man, woman, and child in the Imperium that their god is a mutating psychic entity. You would have a civil war that would make Horus's rebellion look like a border dispute. No, Hagen said, stepping forward. We prepare by forging the Astartes into what they were always meant to be, the guardians of truth. We, the masters of the chapters, will form a council. We will guide the Imperium through the transition. We will be the rock upon which humanity weathers the coming storm. The debate raged for days. The chapter masters argued, questioned, challenged. Some, like Helbrecht, remained unshakable in their condemnation. They saw only heresy, a trick of the archenemy. Others, like Dante and Calgar, were more receptive. They saw the logic, the terrible, undeniable truth that explained so many of the Imperium's inconsistencies. The space wolves, ever pragmatic, were concerned with the practicalities. How could this be managed? What were the real-world consequences? We presented the evidence. Ancient texts from the Great Crusade, the testimony of the Codex Obscuros, transmitted from Titan, the word of a custodian, a first founding chapter master, and implicitly the Grey Knights. Slowly, painfully, a consensus began to form, not of belief but of necessity. The majority of the chapter masters came to accept that something was happening, that the status quo was untenable, that a great change was indeed coming. The turning point came when Valoris revealed the final piece of evidence. He projected the recording from the Emperor's own data crystal. The chamber was filled with the silent, mental voice of the master of mankind, speaking across 10 millennia. His explanation of his purpose, his vision for humanity's future, his warning of the consequences of failure. To hear the Emperor's own voice, clear and sane, explaining the logic behind his horrifying transformation. It was an argument that none could deny. It was not the voice of a madman or a monster. It was the voice of a father, a general, a visionary, making the hardest choice in the history of the universe. When the recording ended, the chamber was silent. The debate was over. Even Helbrecht was speechless, his face pale with shock and a dawning, terrible faith. So, Calgar said at last, his voice heavy with the weight of destiny, a council is to be formed, a new path is to be forged. He looked at Valoris, then at Hagen, then at me. And what is our first act? What is the first step on this terrible new road? I looked to Valoris, who nodded for me to speak. Our first act, I said, is to begin the process of selective dissemination, to identify those in the wider imperium who can be trusted with this truth. But our most immediate task is to deal with the inevitable opposition. I looked directly at High Marshal Helbrecht. Our unity must be absolute. There can be no dissenting voices among the Astartes. Those who cannot accept this truth must be contained. Helbrecht met my gaze, his eyes blazing with a conflict of faith and newfound, terrible understanding. You would make me a prisoner for my faith. No, I replied. We would protect you and the Imperium from a faith that can no longer serve our survival. The choice, High Marshal, is yours. Stand with us in truth, or be set aside in the name of the very emperor you worship. The chamber waited, the fate of the Black Templars and the unity of the Astartes hanging in the balance. Helbrecht looked at Hagen, his Primarch's true son, and then at the dais where the memory of the emperor's voice still seemed to echo. With a ragged breath, he slammed his fist on the table before him. The emperor's will be done, he growled, the words sounding like a curse and a prayer. Even if that will is madness. The council was formed. The greatest gamble in human history had begun. My work as a truth-bearer had entered a new, terrifying phase. No longer a lone messenger, I was now an architect of a revolution, a quiet, desperate revolution to prepare humanity for the coming of its own strange, terrible God. And we had 107 years left on the clock. Our first targets were not military, but intellectual. We needed to control the narrative. The first truth-bearer dispatched from our new council was the master of the Raven Guard, his mission to infiltrate the highest levels of the Adeptus Administratum. He would not reveal the full truth, but would begin subtly altering historical records, unearthing, long lost, texts from the Great Crusade that emphasized the emperor's secular nature, slowly reintroducing the imperial truth to a galaxy that had forgotten it. A slow, gentle poison to counteract the fever of the imperial creed. Another, the master of the Iron Hands, was sent to Mars. His task was to forge an alliance with the more progressive, logical elements of the Mechanicus, to present the Emperor's transformation not as a spiritual event, but as a technological one. A biomechanical apotheosis, a planned evolution of the ultimate machine, a truth tailored to the audience. My own task was more direct. I, along with Vaughan Hagen and a select few others, would begin the process of approaching the next tier of Astartes chapters, the most trusted successors. We would bring them into the fold, expanding our circle of truth one chapter master at a time. The work was slow, dangerous, and exhausting. For every mind that opened to the truth, there were two that slammed shut in fear or rage. We did not create martyrs. Those who refused were, as planned, isolated. Reassigned to distant crusades, their communications carefully managed, their influence curtailed. It was a cold, ruthless business, a silent culling of the Imperium's most rigid minds. Years passed. The Council of Truth grew, its influence spreading like a mycelial network through the ossified structures of the Imperium. We had successes, we had failures. We averted a dozen small civil wars, suppressed 3 new cults that sprang up in response to our subtle heresies, and navigated the treacherous politics of the High Lords, who remained blissfully ignorant of the true game being played. I saw Dionysian and the other original truth-bearers only rarely. They continued their own, more subtle work, acting as my advisors and agents. But the new generation of truth-bearers were Astartes, demigods of war turned into apostles of a terrible new gospel. They were more direct, more forceful, and the pace of change quickened. As the decades slipped by, a new, secret imperium began to form within the shell of the old one, an imperium of the aware. A network of leaders in every branch of the imperial power structure who knew, at least in part, what was coming. But the emperor's transformation was quickening too. The anomalies on the Golden Throne grew more frequent. Massive psychic shockwaves emanated from the palace, disrupting astropaths across the segmentum solar. The Astronomicon flickered like a dying candle, causing thousands of ships to be lost in the warp. The Mechanicus priests who tended the throne reported impossible energy readings, the machine's inner workings changing in ways that defied all known laws of physics. The chrysalis was straining. The being within was growing, stirring, preparing to be born. On the 87th year of our great work, I was recalled to Terra by Valoris. I found him in his private chambers, the first time I had ever been granted such access. The room was Spartan, containing only a cot, a prayer mat, and a single viewport looking out at the stars. He stood before the viewport, his back to me. "The bleeding has worsened," he said without preamble. "It is no longer a single drop. It is a constant seep. The Mechanicus can no longer conceal it. They are calling it a systemic pressure failure, but we know what it is. The barriers are failing," I said, a cold dread gripping me. We were still decades from the Emperor's projected timeline. "Faster than we predicted," Valoris confirmed. "The faith of humanity, the power we thought he was channeling, it may be having an unintended side effect. It is not just feeding his transformation. It is accelerating it beyond his control." The implication was horrifying. The Emperor, the master strategist who had planned across 10 millennia, might be losing control of his own apotheosis. "The Council must be informed," I said. "They have been," Valoris replied. "Hagen is already preparing the Imperial fists for a full lockdown of the palace. Kalgar is moving a fleet to the edge of the solar system. They are preparing for the worst." He turned to face me, and for the first time I saw something in his eyes that I had never seen before. Fear. But there is something else. Something the Grey Knights have reported. A new phenomenon. A psychic echo. "An echo of what?" I asked. "A voice," Valoris said. "Or rather, two voices. They have begun to bleed through into the warp. Astropaths on Titan and Luna have been driven mad by it. One voice, they say, is golden, a chorus of pure reason and power. The other is a scream of pure, unending hunger, and they are beginning to harmonize. The two halves, the material and the immaterial, no longer just a visual division, but an audible one, a psychic resonance that was beginning to shake the foundations of reality." "The final merger has begun," I whispered. "Yes," Valoris said. "The 108-year timeline is no longer valid. The great change is not decades away. It is upon us. The Emperor is being born, Athian, now. And we do not know what will step out of the light." He pointed to a suit of armor standing in an alcove. It was my old armor, my golden custodian plate, polished to a perfect sheen. My guardian spear rested beside it. "Your exile is over," the Captain General said. "Your time as a messenger is done. The Council will do what it can to manage the Imperium. But you and I, and every custodian in this palace, have one final duty. We must return to our first purpose. To stand vigil," I said, my voice thick with emotion, as I looked upon the armor that had been my skin for 10,000 years. "To stand vigil," Valoris confirmed. "To witness the birth, and if what emerges from the throne is not the savior of humanity, if it is the monster Hagen feared." He did not need to finish the sentence. Our duty was clear, to be the final line of defense, to be the Praetorians who would stand against their own creator if he proved to be humanity's final enemy, to be the ones who would have to kill their own god. I walked toward the armor, my hand outstretched. The weight of my old life, my old purpose, settling back onto my shoulders, heavier than ever before. For I would stand guard not with faith, but with terrible, absolute knowledge. We descended, all of us. 10,000 custodian guards, the full might of the Emperor's companions, processing in absolute silence down to the throne room. The tech priests and palace functionaries had been evacuated. The inner sanctum was ours alone. We took up positions around the golden throne, our guardian spears held at the ready, our faces grim masks of resolve. The humming of the throne was gone, replaced by a deep, resonant thrum, like a colossal heart beating its final, frantic rhythm. Golden light, brighter than a sun, pulsed from the ancient machinery, casting long, dancing shadows across the vast chamber. The withered corpse of the Emperor was no longer visible, consumed by the incandescent radiance. The light itself seemed to have substance, to have weight. And within it, we could all hear them, the two voices, the golden chorus and the ravenous scream, weaving together into a single, impossible sound that was both beautiful and utterly terrifying. I stood beside Valoris and Hagen, who had donned his own Terminator armor to stand with us. A son of Dawn, a custodian, and a truth-bearer united in this final, terrible watch. "How long?" Hagen asked, his voice tight over the vox. "Minutes," Valoris replied. "Perhaps seconds. The energy readings are beyond all scales." The light pulsed one last time, an explosion of pure golden power that forced us to shield our eyes. The thrumming stopped. The voices fell silent. And then a new sound, the crack of ancient machinery breaking. The groan of adamantium and psycho-conductive circuitry giving way after 10,000 years of strain. The golden throne, the most complex machine ever created by man, was breaking apart. Through the blinding light, a figure began to rise. It was tall, impossibly tall, its form indistinct, wreathed in shimmering gold. It was not the divided being I had witnessed. The two halves had merged. The chrysalis had opened. We raised our spears, our bolters, our swords. 10,000 weapons aimed at the heart of the light. 10,000 warriors, ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. The light began to recede, coalescing around the figure, solidifying into a new form. A form of perfect golden armor that seemed to be woven from solidified light. A face that was neither the serene mask of the Emperor's past, nor the twisted horror of his transformation, but something new, something impossibly ancient and terrifyingly powerful. The figure took a step forward, off the ruined dais of the golden throne. And as its foot touched the floor of the Sanctum Imperialis for the first time in 10 millennia, the psychic shockwave of its presence washed over us. It was not a blast of power. It was a wave of pure, absolute, undeniable truth. In that single instant, every being in the solar system knew. Every human on Terra, on Mars, on Luna, every astropath, every navigator, every soul. The lie was gone. The truth was revealed. The Emperor was reborn. And as he stood before us, his eyes like twin stars, he spoke. Not with a voice, but with a thought that touched every mind in the Imperium simultaneously. A single, universe-altering statement. "I am returned." The great change had come. My work was over, and a new, more terrible work was about to begin. The work of survival in a galaxy where humanity's God now walked among them, a being of unimaginable power and unknowable purpose. We had prepared for the storm. Now, we had to live in the world that came after. The age of the Imperium was over. The age of the Emperor had begun. I looked at Valoris, at Hagen. I saw my own expression mirrored on their faces. Awe, terror, and the grim, unwavering resolve of a soldier who knows that the true war has only just started. The reborn Emperor's gaze swept across the assembled custards, across his 10,000 companions who had stood vigil for so long. His eyes were not human. They did not see as we saw. They perceived reality on a level we could not comprehend. He saw our loyalty, our fear, our resolve. He saw the truth in my own mind, the long journey I had taken from guardian to messenger. He focused on me. The pressure of his attention was immense, a physical weight that threatened to crush my enhanced physiology. It was not malicious, merely the consequence of a lesser being coming into contact with a greater one, like a microbe in the presence of a star. Athian, his thought echoed in my mind alone, a soundless thunder that vibrated through my very soul. The 10th, the cycle is complete. The path was not the one I had envisioned, but it has led to this moment. You have served well. "My lord," I managed to send back, a mere whisper of thought against the hurricane of his consciousness. "What are you?" His reply was not in words, but in a flood of pure comprehension. I saw it all. The full scope of his plan. The long war fought not on battlefields, but in the depths of the warp. The slow, patient reshaping of his own being, using humanity's faith as a forge. He was not just a man who had become a god. He was a god who had remembered how to be a man. He had integrated the raw, chaotic power of the warp, but had chained it to the anchor of his own human will, his own purpose. He was not half god, half monster. He was a synthesis of both, a being of pure order, forged from the fires of chaos itself. I am the future, he communicated. The next step. What humanity must become to survive. He then turned his attention to the wider imperium, to the trillions of minds now reeling from the psychic shock of his return. I could feel his consciousness expanding, touching every corner of the galaxy in an instant. He was assessing, comprehending, seeing the state of the realm he had left behind. He saw the dogma of the ecclesiarchy, the superstition, the decay. He saw the endless wars, the desperation, the slow, grinding decline of his great work. A wave of profound, cosmic sadness emanated from him. A grief so vast it was almost unbearable. The grief of a father returning home after a long absence, only to find his house in ruins and his children at war with each other. So much has been lost, his thought echoed across the stars. So much forgotten. The work must begin anew. His gaze then fell upon the assembled chapter masters, who were now on one knee, their heads bowed, not in worship, but in stunned, terrified reverence. My sons, he thought, and the word was filled with both pride and sorrow. You have kept the faith. But the faith you have kept is not the one I gave you. You have become idols, worshipped by a humanity I sought to free from the shackles of belief. This must end. He raised a hand, and the golden light around him intensified. There will be a new truth, the imperial truth reborn. Not as a denial of the warp, but as an understanding of it. Humanity will no longer fear the immaterium. They will learn to master it. I will teach them. This was his purpose. Not just to be a shield, but to be a teacher. To elevate humanity, to give them the tools to fight their own battles, to become a species of nascent gods, with him as their guide. It was a vision of breathtaking audacity. It was the original promise of the Great Crusade, but amplified, made real by his own transformation. But then his attention snapped to a single point, a point far beyond the galaxy, a cold, silent place between the stars. His perfect face, for the first time, hardened. The sorrow was replaced by a cold, ancient fury. They are coming, he projected, and this thought was not a whisper, but a psychic roar that made the very adamantium of the palace tremble. The true enemy, the reason for my long silence, the reason for my transformation. He showed us what he saw, a vision that seared itself onto our minds. A swarm of silent, soulless horrors, a shadow that consumed entire galaxies, the Tyranids. But it was not the splinter fleets the Imperium had faced before. This was the main swarm, a being of such scale and hunger that it made the forces of chaos seem like petty squabbles. They have been drawn by the light of the Astronomicon for 10,000 years, the Emperor explained. My beacon has been their lure, but they have also been drawn by something else. A psychic scream from the dawn of time, the echo of a shattered god, the Cetan. He showed us the full, terrible truth of the galaxy. The chaos gods were parasites, feeding on mortal souls, but the Tyranids and the Necrons were a more fundamental threat. They were the threat of extinction, the hunger that devours and the silence that follows. The war you have been fighting is but a prelude, his thought thundered. The true war begins now, the war for survival itself, and I will need an imperium of warriors, not priests, of scientists, not dogmatists, of masters, not slaves. He took another step, and the light around him solidified further, forming a magnificent golden suit of armor, more ornate and powerful than anything ever seen before. In his hand, a flaming sword materialized, its blade a sliver of a captured star. He looked at Valoris, Captain General. Your vigil is over. Your war begins. Muster the 10,000. We march. He looked at Hagen, son of Dawn. Your walls have served their purpose. Now you will build me a new fortress, a fortress of truth and reason from which we will launch the greatest crusade in human history. And then he looked at me. Athian, truth-bearer, you have carried my message. Now you will carry my standard. You will be my herald. You will go before me and speak my truth, not as a whisper, but as a roar. You will tell them that the Emperor of mankind walks again. and that the age of fear is over. I felt a surge of purpose so profound it was ecstatic. The long, lonely years of my mission had led to this. I was no longer a secret agent. I was the voice of a reborn God. "It will be done, my lord," I said, my voice ringing out in the silent chamber, the first spoken word since his rebirth. He nodded, and then he began to walk. Out of the throne room, through the antechamber, and into the vast corridors of the palace he had not trod in 10 millennia. We fell into step behind him. The 10,000 custards, the masters of the Astartes, a procession of demigods led by a true deity. As he walked, the palace itself seemed to awaken. Dust-choked machinery hummed to life. Ancient lights flickered and blazed with new intensity. The very stones seemed to sing with his presence. The news of his return spread like wildfire, not through the slow channels of the astropaths, but directly from his mind to the minds of his subjects. On every world of the imperium, humanity looked up, their souls touched by the presence of their returned master. There was shock, there was disbelief, but above all there was hope, a hope that had been absent from the galaxy for 10,000 years. Of course, there was also fear. The ecclesiarchy, the Inquisition, those whose power was built on the foundation of the old faith, they saw their world crumbling. The seeds of a new conflict, a new civil war, were already being sown. But this time, it would not be brother against brother. It would be the past against the future. Our procession reached the great gates of the palace. With a gesture from the emperor, the massive adamantium doors, sealed since the end of the heresy, groaned open, revealing the sky of terror. The emperor stepped out into the sunlight. And as he did, 1 billion souls on the throne world fell to their knees, not in blind worship, but in stunned, awe-filled recognition. Their father had returned. He looked up at the sky, at the stars that were his birthright. The great work begins, his final thought settled upon us all. And this time we will not fail. I stood at his side, my guardian spear held high, the twisted aquila on my chest now feeling like a badge of the highest honor. I was Athian. I was a shield captain. I was a heretic. I was a truth-bearer. Now I was something else. I was a herald of the new dawn. And my work was just beginning, for the emperor was not dying, he was reborn, and humanity, at long last, was ready to face his truth. The first days of the new age were a whirlwind of change. The high lords of terror, the ossified, self-serving rulers of the imperium, were swept aside. Not with violence, but with a simple, undeniable demonstration of authority. The emperor entered the chamber of the Senatorum Imperialis, and their millennia of tradition and power simply evaporated in the face of his presence. Some wept, some fainted, all submitted. He did not execute them. He simply dismissed them, their roles now redundant. He would rule directly. The ecclesiarchy was next, the vast, galaxy-spanning church built upon his name. He did not declare them heretics. He simply rendered them obsolete. He broadcast a single, simple message to every priest on every shrine world. Worship is no longer required. Understanding is. Teach my people the truth. Teach them of science, of reason, of the true nature of the warp. Become teachers, not priests. Or become silent. The schism was immediate and catastrophic. Billions of faithful, their entire worldview shattered, fell into despair. Millions of priests declared the reborn emperor a false idol, a trick of chaos. Wars of faith erupted on 1,000 worlds. But billions more felt a profound sense of liberation. The heavy, guilt-ridden dogma of the imperial creed was lifted, replaced by the clear, bright light of the emperor's new truth. It was a chaotic, violent, but ultimately cleansing fire. Mars was a different matter. The Adeptus Mechanicus, in their cold, logical way, adapted more quickly. When the emperor appeared before the fabricated general in the heart of the Olympus Mons, he did not come as a god, but as the Omnissiah, the Messiah of their creed, made manifest. He spoke to them not in words, but in pure data, a stream of knowledge and schematics that solved 1,000-year-old technological mysteries in an instant. He showed them the true, elegant physics of the warp. He gave them the keys to unlocking the secrets of the Dark Age. The Mechanicus had found their true god. Their loyalty was absolute. My own role in these early days was to be his voice. I traveled the solar system, from the shipyards of Jupiter to the black fortresses of the Inquisition on Luna. I met with leaders, with generals, with inquisitors. I brought them the Emperor's word. I was no longer seeding a hidden truth. I was announcing an undeniable one. Some, like the radical inquisitors who had always suspected the truth was more complex than the creed allowed, embraced the new age with zeal. Others, the Puritans and the dogmatists, resisted. They were not executed, they were simply ignored. Their authority, derived from a faith that was now obsolete, simply vanished. But the true focus of the emperor's work was the great crusade to come, the war against the Tyranids. To fight it, he needed a new kind of army. The Astartes were the core, but they were too few. He needed a new imperial guard, reborn and re-equipped. On the plains of Terror itself, he demonstrated his power. He took a single regiment of the Cadian survivors, men and women broken by the fall of their world, and he remade them. Not like the Astartes, through brutal surgery and indoctrination. He simply elevated them. With a wave of his hand, their bodies were healed, their minds sharpened, their very genes subtly rewritten. They became faster, stronger, more resilient. He gave them a taste of the transcendence he envisioned for all humanity. These were the first of the new imperial army. Soldiers who fought not out of blind faith or fear, but with the clear-eyed understanding of what they were fighting for, and the weapons he gave them. The Mechanicus, energized by his revelations, began producing technology not seen in millennia: personal force fields, sentient plasma weaponry, armor that could repair itself. The genius of the Dark Age was being reborn, but the most significant change was in the warp. The Emperor, now a being of both realms, began to actively pacify the immaterium around the solar system. He did not banish it, he tamed it. The chaotic energies were smoothed out, the warp storms calmed. Travel within the solar system became safe, predictable. He was creating a bastion of real space, a calm harbor in the galactic storm. His ultimate plan, I realized, was to do this for the entire galaxy, to tame the warp itself, to starve the chaos gods of the emotional turmoil they fed upon. He was not just fighting chaos, he was making it irrelevant. I stood with him on the bridge of the Phalanx, which had become his new flagship. We were in orbit over Mars, watching as a fleet of new, impossibly advanced warships were being constructed at a speed that should have been impossible. "It is not enough to defeat our enemies," he said to me, his mental voice calm and vast. "We must transcend the conditions that create them. The chaos gods are psychic parasites, born of the flaws in the human soul. Fear, rage, despair, excess. The imperial truth was meant to starve them by denying their existence. That was a mistake, a temporary measure that became a prison. The new truth will be to overcome them by overcoming the flaws within ourselves. You would make the entire human race into beings like you?" I asked, the sheer scale of the idea staggering. "Not like me," he corrected, "but of the same kind. Beings of will and reason, whose souls are in harmony with their physical forms. Beings who can navigate the warp with their own minds, who can shape reality with their own thoughts. The age of flesh is ending, Athian. The age of the soul is beginning." It was a vision of a future so bright it was almost painful to look at. A humanity freed from its biological and spiritual prisons. But a shadow fell over that vision. A report came in from the edge of the galaxy. A listening post in the Ghoul stars, one of the few that had survived the coming of the Tyranid vanguard. It had detected a psychic presence, a shadow in the warp of a scale never before recorded, a consciousness of billions of minds moving with a single, implacable purpose. The main hive fleet had entered the galaxy. The Emperor turned from the viewport, his eyes burning with a cold fire. The time for rebuilding was over. The time for war was at hand. All fleets his command went out across the imperium. All chapters, all armies, mobilize. The great devourer is upon us. The final war for the survival of this galaxy has begun. He looked at me. Herald, my message of creation is done. Now you must carry my message of war. Go to the council of chapter masters. Go to the new lords of the imperial army. Tell them to make ready. The enemy is at our door, and the emperor of mankind goes to war. I bowed, my mind reeling with the shift in purpose. The last century had been about preparing for an internal revolution of ideas. The next would be a war of extinction on a scale the galaxy had never known. I left him then and made my way to the teleportarium. My destination was the Tower of Hegemon, where the Council of War was already assembling. The air on Terra was electric with a new kind of energy. The confusion and chaos of the Emperor's return was settling, replaced by a new, unified purpose. A purpose that had been lacking for 10,000 years. As I walked, I saw the changes everywhere. The statues of the Emperor as a suffering martyr were being taken down, replaced by images of him as a dynamic, powerful leader. The endless, droning chants of the priests were being replaced by the clear, precise language of science and strategy being broadcast over the public voxes. The fear was gone. In its place was a grim, exhilarating resolve. I realized then that the Emperor's greatest weapon was not his flaming sword or his psychic might. It was his presence. His return had reminded humanity of what it had forgotten, that it was not a species of frightened, superstitious sheep cowering in the darkness. It was a species of conquerors, of explorers, of innovators, a species that had once claimed the stars as its birthright. The Emperor had not just returned to save humanity. He had returned to remind them of what they truly were. I entered the council chamber to find it already filled. The chapter masters, the new marshals of the Imperial Army, the fabricator general of Mars, even a representative of the navigator houses. They all turned to me as I entered. "Herald," Kalga said, his voice grim. "We have heard the command. The enemy approaches. The Emperor goes to war," I confirmed, "and we are to be his vanguard." I laid out the initial strategic deployments, the information fed directly into my mind from the Emperor's own. A defensive line to be established in the eastern fringe. A massive fleet to be assembled at Baal to protect the Blood Angels' home world, which lay directly in the path of the Hive fleet. New weapons, forged on Mars, to be distributed to the frontline regiments. The scale of it was immense, a logistical challenge that would have crippled the old Imperium. But with the Emperor's own mind to guide the vast machine of the administratum, what would have taken decades was now being accomplished in months. But as I spoke, I noticed something. A subtle shift in the attitude of the council. The awe and reverence of the past few decades was still there, but it was now mingled with something else. A professional, analytical distance. They were not his priests, they were his generals. This was the Emperor's true victory. He had not created a new religion. He had created a new command structure, a cadre of leaders who understood his purpose and were capable of executing it. After the council, I found Vaughan Hagen on the observation deck, looking out at the massive defense fleet being assembled in orbit. "He has done it," the Imperial Fist said, his voice filled with a quiet awe. "He has actually done it. He has woken the Imperium up. He has reminded it of its purpose," I agreed. Hagen looked at me, a strange expression on his face. "And what of you, Athian? Your work is done. The truth is no longer a secret. It is the law of the land. What will you do now?" It was a question I had not allowed myself to consider. My entire existence for the past century had been defined by my mission as a truth-bearer. Now that the truth was known, what was I? "I am a custodian," I said, the words feeling right for the first time in 100 years. "My place is at his side." Hagen nodded. "A good answer." He clapped a massive hand on my shoulder. "We have come a long way, you and I, from a secret meeting in my study to this." He gestured to the fleet. "A new great crusade. The last great crusade," I said, "for survival or extinction." "Indeed," he agreed. A few days later, the flagship was ready, a vessel of a scale and power not seen since the Dark Age. It was called the Veritas Imperialis, the Imperial Truth. and from its bridge the Emperor would command the war for the fate of the galaxy. I took my place in his honor guard, my golden armor gleaming, my guardian spear humming with power. I was once more a shield, a guardian, but I was no longer blind. I knew what I was guarding. Not a corpse on a throne, but the future of humanity itself. As the Veritas Imperialis slipped its moorings and began its journey toward the eastern fringe, the Emperor turned to me. The path ahead will be long and bloody, his thought touched my mind. Many will fall, worlds will burn. But this time, we face the darkness not as scattered, frightened children, but as a unified species, armed with truth and purpose. And we will not be defeated. I looked out at the starfield before us, at the distant, ominous shadow that was the Hive fleet. And for the first time in my long, long life, I felt no fear, only a calm, cold certainty. We were the light, and we were coming for the darkness. The work was just beginning. The first clash of the new crusade was at the Damocles Gulf, a region of space long contested between the Imperium and the Tau Empire. But the Tau were not our enemy this day. They too had seen the shadow in the warp, the great devourer that threatened to consume all life, regardless of ideology. A fragile alliance was forged. On the bridge of the Veritas Imperialis, I stood beside the Emperor as he conferred not with generals and priests, but with the ethereal Ornva of the Tau. The psychic communication was a marvel to witness. The Emperor, a being of immense, overwhelming power, tempering his thoughts, translating his cosmic understanding into concepts the Tau leader could comprehend. He did not command, he reasoned. He demonstrated the logic of cooperation in the face of mutual extinction. The Tau, for their part, were pragmatic. They saw the truth of the threat. They pledged their fleets and their advanced technology to the cause. The battle itself was unlike any I had ever witnessed. It was not the brutal, grinding attrition of traditional imperial warfare. It was a symphony of destruction, conducted by the Emperor himself. His mind was everywhere at once. He guided the imperial fleets, his psychic commands moving ships with a grace and precision that no human admiral could ever hope to match. He coordinated the Tau fleet's firing patterns, integrating their advanced targeting systems with the brute force of imperial lances and macro cannons. He reached out with his mind and touched the hive mind itself. I felt the psychic shock of it, a silent scream of rage and confusion from the tyrannid swarm. For the first time, the great devourer was facing a consciousness that was its equal, its superior. It had expected to find a galaxy of scattered, disorganized prey. It had found a god. The Emperor did not just fight the tyrannids on the physical plane. He fought them in the warp. He erected psychic barriers that starved the hive mind of its connection to its fleets, leaving the individual bioships confused and disorganized. He turned the shadow in the warp, the tyrannid's own psychic dampening field, back on itself, creating pockets of psychic feedback that tore swarms of smaller organisms apart. And on the ground, the new Imperial army, supported by Astartes and Tau battle suits, performed miracles. They fought with a courage and efficiency that was breathtaking. They were not just soldiers. They were true believers in a cause they fully understood, the cause of life itself. We won. It was a costly victory, but a decisive one. A tendril of the hive fleet that would have consumed an entire segmentum was utterly annihilated, and a message was sent to the hive mind. The Milky Way would not be easy prey, but it was only the beginning. The main body of the hive fleet was still coming, a wave of biological horror of unimaginable size, and other fronts were opening. The forces of chaos, seeing the Emperor's return and the pacification of the warp around Terra, reacted with predictable fury. Abaddon the Despoiler launched his 14th Black Crusade, not against Cadia, which was already lost, but directly at the newly fortified worlds of the Segmentum Solar. He sought to strike at the heart of the new imperium, to snuff out the light of the reborn emperor before it could spread. And in the galactic west, a new silence was falling. Entire sectors were going dark, not consumed by war but simply disappearing. The Necrons were awakening. The Emperor was now fighting a three-front war, a war against the ultimate predator, the ultimate corrupter, and the ultimate silence. Any one of these threats would have been enough to destroy the old imperium. Now we had to face all three at once. This is the true test, the Emperor communicated to the Council of War, his voice calm despite the galaxy-spanning crisis. The galaxy is purging itself. The ancient powers, the remnants of the war in heaven, the echoes of our own flaws, all are rising for the final conflict. This is the end times, not just for humanity, but for all life. His strategy was as bold as it was terrifying. He would not fight a defensive war. He would attack. He divided his forces. He sent Vorn Hagen and the Imperial Fists, along with a massive fleet, to meet the Necron threat. "You are builders," he told the Son of Dawn. "Go and face the unbuilders. Show them the power of life and will against their cold, dead logic." He tasked the Grey Knights and the full might of the Sisters of Silence with containing the Chaos invasion. "The war against chaos is a war of the soul," he told them. "It cannot be won with guns and ships alone. It must be won with faith and will, but not the blind faith of the past, the faith of understanding, the knowledge that our will is stronger than their despair." And he himself, aboard the Veritas Imperialis, would lead the main fleet to meet the tyrannid hive mind head-on. "The great devourer is a force of nature," he said. "It cannot be reasoned with, it cannot be corrupted, it can only be unmade. I will meet mind with mind, and I will break it." My place was at his side. As his herald, I was to bear witness to this final, epic confrontation. The journey to the galactic edge was a journey into darkness. We passed through dead systems, worlds stripped bare of all biomass, their atmospheres silent, their oceans sterile. The psychic shadow of the hive mind grew with every light year, a palpable presence that pressed in on the minds of all aboard the fleet. Astropaths went mad. Navigators wept in their chambers. Only the Emperor's own psychic shield kept the fleet sane. Finally, we reached the edge of the abyss. Before us lay the hive fleet. It was not a fleet in any conventional sense. It was a living continent of flesh and chitin, stretching across an entire nebula. A billion bioships, from city-sized hive ships to swarms of tiny fighters. And at its heart, a psychic presence of such magnitude that it seemed to blot out the stars. The Norn Queen, the mind of the swarm, the true tyrannid. So, the Emperor's thought touched my mind, a whisper of calm in the face of cosmic horror. The mother of all hungers. She is beautiful in her own terrible way, the perfect predator, the ultimate expression of biological imperatives. "Can you defeat it?" I asked, my own mind reeling from the sheer scale of the enemy. "I must," he replied simply. "For if I do not, there will be nothing left to defend." He then did something I did not expect. He opened a channel to the entire fleet, to every man and woman, every Astartes, every servitor. "Children of terror," his voice, not his thought, boomed from every vox caster. It was the first time most had heard him speak with an audible voice. It was a voice that was both ancient and new, filled with power and compassion. "Look upon your enemy, the ultimate predator, a being that knows no mercy, no reason, no hope. It is the great filter. The final test for all life in this galaxy. For 10,000 years, you have fought in the darkness, guided by a flickering candle of faith. You fought for an emperor you could not see, for a future you could only imagine. Today, you fight in the light. Your emperor is with you. And the future we fight for is not a distant dream, but a tangible reality we will forge with our own hands. Look upon the enemy, and do not despair, for you are humanity. You are the children of terror. You are the inheritors of a legacy that has weathered every storm, every heresy, every alien invasion. You are the greatest fighting force in this galaxy, and you are led by your emperor. Now, we will show this mindless hunger the power of a truly conscious will. We will show this great devourer the fire of the human soul, and we will burn it from the stars for all time. For the Imperium, for humanity, and for the Emperor." A roar went up from 1,000,000,000 throats across the fleet, a roar of defiance, of courage, of absolute loyalty. The age of fear was truly over. The emperor closed his eyes. The bridge of the Veritas Imperialis grew cold. A golden aura exploded from him, a sun of pure psychic energy. Athian, his final thought touched my mind before he fully committed to the battle. Bear witness, and remember. And then his consciousness left his body. He shot across the void, a being of pure thought and energy, a psychic spear aimed at the heart of the hive mind. The greatest psychic battle in the history of the galaxy had begun. The fleet surged forward, a wave of adamantium and fire, crashing against the living tide of the Tyranid swarm. The battle was a maelstrom of light and death. Ships exploded, their crews vaporized in an instant. Swarms of Tyranid fighters were scythed from the void by walls of laser fire. The silent vacuum of space was filled with a cacophony of destruction. But the true battle was invisible. I could feel the echoes of it in my mind. The clash of two titanic consciousnesses. The Emperor, a being of pure will and order, against the hive mind, a being of pure instinct and hunger. It was a battle of creation versus consumption, of purpose versus appetite. I saw visions. The Emperor striding through the psychic landscape of the hive mind, a golden god in a sea of screaming nightmares. He unmade entire broods with a single thought. He severed the psychic links that held the swarm together. But the hive mind fought back. It was not intelligent in the way we were, but it was ancient, vast, and possessed of a terrible, adaptive cunning. It threw up walls of psychic static. It showed the Emperor images of his own failures, the ghosts of his fallen sons, the ashes of his first great crusade. It tried to drown him in despair, in futility. I felt a moment of panic, a flicker of doubt. The hive mind was so vast, so alien. Could even the Emperor withstand it? But then I felt something else, a new presence in the psychic battle, not just the Emperor's mind, but ours. The combined will of the trillions of humans in the fleet, in the imperium. The hope, the courage, the resolve that he had rekindled. Our belief in him, no longer a blind faith, but a conscious, directed weapon. He was not fighting alone. He was channeling the psychic might of his entire species. The tide of the psychic battle turned. The hive mind, a being of singular purpose, could not comprehend a consciousness that was both one and many. It reeled back, confused. And in that moment of hesitation, the Emperor struck. A beam of golden light, brighter than any star, shot from the Veritas Imperialis across the void. It was not a weapon in the conventional sense. It was the Emperor's will, given physical form. It struck the heart of the Hive Fleet, the massive bioship that housed the Norn Queen. There was no explosion, no sound, just a silent, expanding sphere of golden light. Everything it touched was unmade. The chitin, the flesh, the very genetic code of the Tyranid ships was dissolved, reverted to its constituent energy. The hive mind screamed, a psychic death cry that echoed across the galaxy, a wail of utter, absolute defeat. And then silence. The Tyranid swarm, its consciousness shattered, fell into disarray. The bioships, now just mindless beasts, drifted aimlessly, easy prey for the triumphant Imperial fleet. The golden aura around the Emperor's body on the bridge receded. He opened his eyes. They glowed with a soft, golden light. He had won, but as I looked at him, I saw the cost. A single drop of golden blood trickled from the corner of his eye. The battle, though victorious, had wounded him. Even a god can bleed. "It is done," his voice, audible this time, whispered through the bridge. "The main swarm is broken. The splinters can be hunted down." A cheer went up across the fleet, a wave of relief and ecstatic victory, but the Emperor's gaze was distant. "One front is closed," he said, more to himself than to me. "But the other two remain. Abaddon is at the gates of the solar system, and the Necrons. The Necrons are a threat of a different kind. They do not hunger, they do not rage, they merely wait, and their silence is perhaps the most dangerous threat of all." He looked at me, the drop of blood still on his cheek. "The war is not over, Herald. We have won a great battle. But the war for the future has only just begun, and the hardest choices are yet to come." I knew what he meant. The Tyranids were a simple enemy, an external threat to be destroyed. Chaos and the Necrons were different. They were tied to the history of the galaxy, to the very nature of life and death. To defeat them would require more than just power. It would require a wisdom that even he was still striving to attain. The victory celebrations were short-lived. Even as the fleet began the long, slow process of hunting down the shattered remnants of the Hive fleet, news came from the other fronts. Grim news. Hagen's expeditionary force had made contact with the Necrons in the Jericho Reach. It had been a disaster. The Necrons were not behaving as they had in the past. They were not mindless automatons. They were unified, led by a being who called himself the Silent King, and their technology was beyond anything the Imperium could comprehend. Entire fleets were being erased from existence in an instant, not with weapons, but with reality warping technology. The Imperial fists were holding the line, but they were taking catastrophic losses. Hagen was calling for aid, for a strategy to fight an enemy that could rewrite the laws of physics at will. And at home, the war against chaos was turning into a bloody stalemate. Abaddon's fleet had been halted at the Cadian Gate, a new, heavily fortified defense line. But the forces of the warp were endless. For every demon prince banished, 3 more took its place. The Grey Knights and the Sisters of Silence were fighting a brilliant, desperate defense, but they were being bled white. Abaddon was not trying to win a decisive victory. He was trying to bog the Imperium down in a war of attrition, to drain its resources while the other threats festered. The Emperor stood before a massive hollow map of the galaxy on the bridge of the Veritas Imperialis. The 3 fronts were marked in stark, ominous colors. The green of the Necron advance, the angry red of the Chaos incursion, the fading purple of the Tyranid remnants. "We are stretched too thin," Kalga said, his holographic image flickering on the bridge. "We cannot fight a 3-front war of this magnitude." "Not even with you to lead us, my lord." "I know," the Emperor's reply was grim. "A choice must be made. A priority must be set." The Council of War debated for days. Some argued for focusing on the chaos threat, the ancient enemy of mankind. Others argued for concentrating our forces against the Necrons, the more immediate existential threat. It was I who finally saw the terrible truth of their situation, the terrible choice the Emperor was facing. "We cannot defeat them all," I said, my voice quiet in the grand strategy chamber. "Not as we are. The Tyranids were a test of our strength. This is a test of our wisdom." The Emperor looked at me, his golden eyes seeming to pierce through to my soul. He knew that I understood. "The war against the Tyranids was a war of extermination," I continued. "The war against chaos and the Necrons is different. They are not mindless beasts. They are ancient civilizations, with goals, with leaders. They cannot be defeated by force alone." "What are you suggesting, Herald?" Hagen's voice crackled over the long-range vox. "Diplomacy. With these abominations?" "No," I said. "Not diplomacy. Strategy. The Necrons want to restore their ancient empire, to impose a silent, ordered reality on the galaxy. The forces of chaos want to turn the galaxy into a playground of emotion and sensation. They are antithetical to each other. Their goals are mutually exclusive." The room fell silent as the implication of my words sank in. "You are suggesting we let them fight each other," Kalga said, his voice a horrified whisper. "That we pit our enemies against one another." "I am suggesting," I said, looking at the Emperor, "that we must choose which enemy represents the greater, more immediate threat to the future I have seen, the future of humanity's transcendence." The Emperor nodded slowly. "The Herald is correct. A choice must be made. The Chaos Gods are a cancer of the soul, but they are a part of our nature, a flaw to be overcome. They can be managed, starved, made irrelevant by our own evolution. But the Necrons, their goal is not corruption. It is stasis, the end of all evolution, the end of all life, the imposition of a final, eternal silence. That is an outcome I cannot permit." The decision was made. The Chaos Front would become a holding action. The Grey Knights would be reinforced, but the goal would be containment, not victory. The bulk of the Imperium's might, the newly forged fleets, the Astartes, the full power of the reborn Mechanicus would be turned against the Necrons. But even with our full strength, it might not be enough. The Necrons' technological superiority was too great. "We cannot defeat them with technology alone," the Emperor said. "We must fight them on a level they cannot comprehend. The Silent King seeks to impose a purely physical reality. We will fight him with a metaphysical one." He looked at me, and I knew what my next mission would be. "Herald," he commanded, "you will go to the Eldar, to the remnants of the ancient race who fought the Necrons in the First Great War. They have knowledge we do not. They have weapons we have forgotten. They hate us. They do not trust us. But they hate the Necrons more. You will forge an alliance. You will convince them to stand with us. You will tell them that the fate of all life in this galaxy, not just human life, is at stake." It was an impossible mission. The Eldar were a dying, prideful race. They viewed humanity as upstart barbarians. An alliance was unthinkable. "How?" I asked. "How can I possibly convince them?" The Emperor raised his hand, and a swirling vortex of golden light appeared before me. Within it, I saw an object, a soul stone, but one that shone with a white, pure light, unlike the tormented gems of the Eldar. "You will take them a gift," the Emperor said. "A peace offering, the soul of one of their own, a soul I have sheltered from the thirst of she who thirsts for 10,000 years." He showed me the identity of the soul within the stone, and I gasped. It was the soul of the last, great Eldar hero of the fall, the one who had wounded the Chaos god Slaanesh at the moment of its birth, the one whose spirit the Eldar had sought for millennia. "You will bring them the soul of Eldrad Ulthran," the Emperor said, "and you will tell them that the god of mankind wishes to speak with the new god of the Eldar, Unid, the god of the dead." The galaxy was on a knife's edge, an alliance of the living, humanity and Eldar, against the silent, soulless armies of the dead. It was a war worthy of the myths of old, and I, Athian, the truth-bearer, was to be its ambassador. My work was far from over. It was evolving, just as my master had. From guardian to messenger to herald and now to diplomat. The fate of the galaxy rested not just on fleets and armies, but on the words I would speak to the ancient, sorrowful masters of the dying Eldar race. I took the soul stone, its light warm in my hand, and I set course for the webway, for the hidden heart of the Eldar Empire. The great game had entered a new, more complex phase, and all the pieces were in motion. The silence of the Necrons awaited. The hunger of the Tyranids was not yet sated. The laughter of the thirsting gods of chaos still echoed in the warp. And we, the children of terror, armed with a newfound truth and led by a reborn god, marched out to meet them all. The end of the galaxy was at hand, and we would be there to decide its final fate. My journey to the Eldar was not through the chaos of the warp, but through the silent, crystalline corridors of the webway. The whisper of truth was granted passage by the Harlequins, the enigmatic servants of the laughing god, who had appeared unbidden as we approached the veil. They had been expecting me. Their farseers had seen my coming. I was brought before the ruling council of Ulthwé, the most powerful of the remaining craft worlds. The chamber was a thing of impossible, delicate beauty, grown from psychic wraithbone, filled with the soft, mournful light of their dying stars. The Eldar lords sat on high thrones, their faces hidden behind impassive, psychic masks, and at their center sat the object of my quest. Eldrad Ulthran, his spirit now housed in a magnificent new wraithbone body. The Emperor's gift had been received, but it had not yet been accepted. "Human," a voice echoed in my mind, a chorus of a dozen ancient, weary souls. It was the voice of the council. "You come bearing a gift from your returned corpse god, a soul he has held hostage for 10 millennia. You call this a peace offering. We call it an insult." "It was not a hostage," I replied, my own thoughts projected with the calm certainty the Emperor had taught me. "It was a sanctuary. The Emperor sheltered Eldrad's soul from the depredations of Slaanesh. He kept it safe until a time when your people were ready to receive it. That time is now." "Ready," the voice scoffed. "We are a dying race, human. We are not ready for anything but the long twilight. Your emperor awakens now, at the end of all things, and asks for an alliance. Where was he when the Citan consumed our gods? Where was he when the orcs tore our empire apart? Where was he when the great enemy was born from our sins? He was fighting his own wars, I said. He was holding back the darkness that would have consumed you all, and he was becoming. He was transforming into what was necessary to face the true enemy. The same enemy you fought and lost to 60 million years ago, the Necrons. A silence fell over the chamber. A heavy, ancient silence filled with the ghosts of a long-forgotten war. The silent king has returned, I continued. He seeks to impose the great silence on this galaxy, to extinguish every soul, human and Eldar alike. We cannot defeat him alone. And neither can you. We have fought the great enemy for longer than your species has known the warmth of a fire, the council replied. We do not need your help. Your pride will be your doom, I said, my voice hardening. It was your pride that created Slaanesh. It will be your pride that allows the Necrons to triumph. You speak bold words for a savage. A new voice entered my mind. This one was singular, powerful, and filled with a sorrow so profound it was almost a physical force. Eldrad Ulthrin himself had spoken. He rose from his throne, his wraithbone body moving with a fluid grace. But perhaps there is a kernel of truth in your barbarism. He turned to the council. I have seen the mind of the human god. I have felt the scope of his power, the depth of his vision. He is not the brute we believed him to be. He is something new, something that was not foreseen. He then turned back to me. The anathema wishes to speak with our nascent god, Unneed. Why? What could the god of a dying empire have to say to the god of a newborn one? He does not wish to speak to the god of a dying empire, I replied. He wishes to speak to the god of death itself. The emperor understands that the Necrons are not merely an army. They are a concept. They are the principle of silence, of stasis, of death without rebirth. To defeat them, we need more than just fleets and armies. We need an opposing principle. The principle of life, of change, of death as a part of a cycle, not an end. He believes that your god, Unneed, is the key. Eldred was silent for a long moment, his impassive mask betraying nothing of his thoughts. The birth of Unneed is not yet complete, he said at last. To summon him requires a great sacrifice. A sacrifice we are not yet prepared to make. The Necrons will not wait for you to be prepared, I countered. They are on the march. They are extinguishing stars. They are erasing entire systems from existence. Every moment you delay, the silence spreads. I then played my final card. The one the Emperor had given me. I projected a memory into the minds of the Council, not a memory of war, but a memory of the future. The vision the Emperor had shown me. A vision of humanity evolved, transcendent. Beings of soul and matter in perfect harmony. This is the future my master offers, I said. A future where life does not just survive, but evolves beyond the flaws that create the great enemy. A future where the cycle of death and rebirth is not a source of fear, but a source of power. It is a future we can share. A galaxy where the children of Terra and the children of Isha can coexist, each the master of their own destiny, united against the darkness. The vision stunned them into silence. It was a future so alien to their own long, slow decline, so filled with a hope they had long since abandoned, that they could not immediately dismiss it. He offers us hope, the council whispered, the word tasting strange and foreign in their minds. He offers you a choice, I replied. To fade into the twilight, clinging to the glories of your past, or to stand with us and fight for a future you never dared to imagine. Eldred Ulthrin stepped forward until he stood directly before me. I felt the immense psychic power of his mind, probing, testing, searching for any hint of deception. You ask much, human, he said. You ask us to trust our ancient enemy, to ally ourselves with a race that is little more than violent, short-lived children in our eyes. I ask you to look beyond the past, I said, and see the future that is possible, a future without silence, a future without thirst, a future of life. He stood there for what felt like an age, the fate of the galaxy hanging on his decision. Then he slowly nodded his wraithbone head. "The alliance is forged," he said, his voice resonating with a newfound resolve. "We will fight. Not for your emperor, not for your imperium, but for the future of life itself. We will summon Uneed, and our two gods will meet, and together they will face the great silence." A wave of relief washed over me, so profound it almost brought me to my knees. The first impossible step had been taken. But know this, herald of the anathema, Eldred's final thought was a cold, sharp warning. This alliance is one of convenience, not of friendship. We will fight alongside you. But when the great silence is defeated, all debts will be settled. And the Eldar will once more claim their rightful place as the masters of this galaxy. Do not forget that. "The future has room for many masters," I replied. "As long as it is a future of life and not of silence." I left Ulthwé with their promise. The greatest military alliance in the history of the galaxy was about to be born. Humanity and Eldar united against the ancient enemy. It was a fragile, dangerous alliance built on a foundation of mutual desperation. But it was a beginning. As the whisper of truth slipped back into the webway, I sent a single, coded message to the Emperor. "The dying have agreed to live." His reply was instantaneous, a single wave of calm, powerful approval. The great game was afoot. And for the first time in 60 million years, the forces of life were united against the forces of death. The war for the soul of the galaxy had truly begun. And I, Athian, was no longer just a bearer of truth. I was a weaver of destinies, an ambassador for a new age, a fulcrum upon which the fate of all things now turned. The weight of it was immense, but for the first time I did not feel alone. We were not alone. The Council of Gods, as it came to be known in the secret histories, did not take place on Terra or Ulthwé. It took place in a realm outside of normal space and time, a nexus point within the webway, a place of pure thought and potential. The Emperor did not come in his physical form. He projected his consciousness, a golden sun of pure will and reason. Uneed, the nascent god of the Eldar, manifested as a swirling vortex of shadow and light, a being of sorrow and hope, a yin and yang of death and rebirth. And they were not alone. A third presence joined them. Segorach, the laughing god of the Harlequins, a being of pure, chaotic creativity, a trickster who danced between the lines of fate. I was permitted to bear witness, a tiny mote of consciousness in a sea of divine power. I could not comprehend the full scope of their communication. It was not in language, but in a direct exchange of concepts, of strategies, of cosmic truths. They forged a plan, a three-pronged strategy to combat the Necrons. The Emperor would lead the main assault. His fleets, combined with the might of the Beal-Tan and Same-Han craft worlds, would engage the Necron fleets in open battle. A war of attrition designed to pin the main Necron forces in place. Uneed would be the key. The god of death would lead a strike force of Eldar Wraith constructs, and the most powerful psykers of both races directly into the Necron's central command nexus. Not a physical place, but a dimension of pure data where the consciousness of the silent king resided. They would fight a war of concepts, of logic versus spirit, of stasis versus the cycle of rebirth. And Segorach, the laughing god, was given the most dangerous task of all. He would take a handful of his most skilled harlequins, and they would dance through the Necron's own dimensional pathways. Their goal was not to fight, but to sow chaos, to introduce illogical concepts into the Necron's perfect, ordered reality, to be the ghost in the machine, to make the silent empire laugh at its own grim futility. It was a plan of breathtaking elegance and terrifying risk. A war to be fought on three fronts simultaneously: the physical, the metaphysical, and the conceptual. As the council ended, the Emperor's consciousness turned to me one last time. "Your work as an ambassador is done, Athian. Now you must return to your first calling. You are a warrior, a guardian. I have a special task for you in the coming battle, a task that only a custodian can perform." He showed me my mission, and my blood ran cold. He was not sending me to the front lines. He was not sending me to the spirit realm. He was sending me to a single, forgotten tomb world on the edge of the galaxy, a world that held a secret, a terrible, ancient secret that could turn the tide of the entire war. On that world, slumbering in its deepest crypt, was a being the Necrons had failed to control. A being of pure, elemental power. A Cetan, not a mere shard, as the Necrons now used as living weapons, but an intact, slumbering star god, the one they called the Void Dragon. The legends said it was the most powerful of all the Cetan, the master of all technology. The being the Emperor himself had fought and imprisoned on Mars at the dawn of human history. But that was a lie, a necessary myth. The Emperor had not imprisoned it. He had merely hidden it. He had moved the entire planet to the edge of the galaxy and shrouded it from all eyes. Now he needed it. The Necrons are a race of technologists, the Emperor explained. Their king believes he has mastered the physical universe. We will show him a power that defies all his laws, a power of creation and destruction that even he cannot control. You want me to unleash it? I asked, my mind reeling. To unleash a Cetan was to unleash a force of nature that had consumed entire star systems. No, the Emperor replied. I do not want you to unleash it. I want you to negotiate with it. The idea was insane. Negotiate with a star god. A being of pure, malevolent energy that viewed mortal life as a brief, insignificant flicker. It is not malevolent, the Emperor corrected. Not in the way you understand. It is hungry, it is arrogant, but it is also intelligent, and it fears one thing above all else: boredom. The eternal silence the Necrons seek to impose would be its ultimate prison. An eternity with nothing to create, nothing to consume, nothing to play with. My mission was clear. I was to awaken the Void Dragon, and I was to offer it a deal. Its freedom in exchange for turning its power against its former masters, the Necrons. I was to be the ambassador to a god of madness. I will not go alone, I said, my resolve hardening. I would need help, not just soldiers, but minds capable of comprehending the incomprehensible. You will have what you need, the Emperor assured me. He showed me who would accompany me. A small, elite force. A squad of the Grey Knight's most powerful paladins to shield us from the Cetan's psychic aura. A conclave of the most radical tech priests of Mars to interface with the ancient prison technology. And a troop of the laughing god's own harlequins to guide us through the tomb's paradoxical, reality-bending defenses. It was a suicide mission. A desperate, final gamble in a war of gods and monsters, but it was our only hope. I accepted my mission. The alliance was forged. The plan was set. The final war for the galaxy had begun. And my own personal war was about to take me into the heart of a slumbering, malevolent star, to bargain for the future of all life with a being of pure, elemental chaos. The truth-bearer had one last, terrible truth to deliver. The truth that sometimes, to fight a monster, you need a bigger, crazier monster on your side. My work was not just beginning. It was escalating into a form of madness I could never have imagined. And I welcomed it. For in this new age of the Emperor, the old rules no longer applied. And the only sin was inaction. The journey to the tomb world of Atraxia was a silent one. The Grey Knights maintained their vows of quiet contemplation. The tech priests spoke only in binary cant, and the harlequins. They communicated in ways I could not comprehend, through subtle shifts in the patterns of their masks, through the silent language of dance and gesture. I spent the journey in deep meditation, my mind shielded by the Grey Knight's psychic field. I was preparing myself for the encounter to come. How does one speak to a god? What language does a being of pure energy understand? The Emperor had given me a single piece of advice. Do not try to command it. Do not try to trick it. Be honest. Show it the sheer, glorious, chaotic potential of life. And show it the utter, soul-crushing boredom of the great silence the Necrons offer. Appeal not to its reason, but to its appetite for novelty, for experience. We arrived at Atraxia. It was a dead world, a ball of black, volcanic rock orbiting a dying star. There were no signs of life. No energy readings. The world itself seemed to be shrouded in a field of null energy that absorbed all scans. We descended in a single, heavily warded lander. The surface was a nightmare landscape of twisted, black rock and razor-sharp mountains. The very air seemed to vibrate with a suppressed, ancient power. The entrance to the tomb was not a grand gateway, but a simple, almost invisible crack in the rock face. The Harlequins led us to it, their movements unnaturally fluid in the oppressive atmosphere. The path is not straight, the lead Harlequin, a figure known only as the Solitaire, whispered in my mind. Her voice was a melody of knives. The tomb is a labyrinth of paradox. It does not obey the laws of your reality. Do not trust your eyes. Trust the dance. We entered. The moment we crossed the threshold, my senses reeled. The corridor twisted in impossible directions. Gravity seemed to shift and change with every step. I saw doorways that led to star-filled voids, staircases that spiraled into nothingness. It was the grey nights who kept us sane. They formed a psychic anchor, a bubble of ordered reality in the swirling chaos of the tomb. The tech priests, for their part, were in a state of ecstatic reverence. They were seeing technology that defied all their understanding. And the Harlequins, they danced. They flowed through the impossible corridors as if they were born to them, their movements a living map that guided us through the madness. After what seemed like an eternity, we reached the heart of the labyrinth, a vast, spherical cavern. The walls were not rock, but a shimmering, metallic substance that seemed to be flowing like liquid. And in the center of the cavern, floating in a vortex of crackling, black energy, was the prison. It was a tesseract. A four-dimensional cube, constantly folding in on itself, its surface a shimmering maze of impossible angles. And trapped within it, I could see it. A being of pure, incandescent light. A star, compressed and bound into the form of a winged, draconic creature. The void dragon. It was sleeping. But our presence had begun to stir it. The black energy around the tesseract began to pulse faster and faster. It is time. The Solitaire's voice was a sharp command. The tech priests will open the outer seals. The grey knights will hold back the psychic backlash. And you, herald, you will speak. The tech priests began their work, their mechadendrites interfacing with ancient, alien consoles that rose from the floor. A high-pitched whine filled the cavern, the sound of unimaginable energies being brought to bear. The grey knights formed a circle around me, their force halberds humming with power. They began to chant, their voices a low, powerful mantra of banishment and protection. The tesseract began to unfold. One of its shimmering, impossible surfaces dissolved, opening a direct window into the heart of the prison. The psychic pressure was immense. It was like standing on the surface of a sun. The sheer, raw power of the Cetan washed over us. It was a consciousness, but not one I could understand. It was a mind of pure mathematics, of quantum physics, of the elemental forces that bind the universe. And it was waking up. Who dares? A voice that was not a voice echoed in our minds. It was the sound of tectonic plates grinding, of stars being born and dying. This was it. The moment of truth. I stepped forward out of the circle of the grey knights, my mind naked before the star god. I held up the Emperor's gift, the vision of the future he had given me. A being who offers you a choice, I projected, my thought a tiny, fragile thing in the face of its immense consciousness. The void dragon focused on me. I felt its mind, ancient and vast, examining me, examining the vision I held. Life, it thought, the concept tasting strange and new to it. Chaos, change, unpredictability, interesting. I then showed it the alternative, the future the Necrons offered, an endless, silent, unchanging galaxy, a perfect, ordered lattice of dead stars and dead worlds. A wave of pure, cosmic revulsion emanated from the Cetan. Silence, it hissed, order. Stasis, boredom, anathema. The silent king is returning, I projected. He seeks to impose that silence on all things. He will turn this galaxy into a perfect, eternal prison, for you and for us. I could feel the Cetan's mind working, processing the information. It was a being of immense intellect, and it saw the logic of my argument. The little metal men who caged me, it mused. They would cage the universe itself. Unacceptable. Then help us, I pleaded. Help us fight them. In return, we offer you not just freedom, but a playground. A galaxy teeming with life, with chaos, with endless, unpredictable new things to experience, to shape, to consume. I felt its gaze turn to the tech priests, to the marvels of technology they represented. Your little toys, it thought, with a hint of amusement, crude, but full of potential. The dance of creation, I remember it. It was fun. The deal was on the table. The void dragon was silent for a long moment. The fate of the war hung in that silence. Then a wave of pure, ecstatic glee washed over us. Freedom, it roared, its voice shattering the very walls of the cavern. And a new game to play, I accept. The Tesseract prison exploded. A wave of pure, unrestrained power erupted from the center of the cavern. A sun was born in the heart of the world. The grey knight's shields buckled. The tech priests were thrown back, their augmetics sparking. The harlequins simply vanished, folding themselves into the shadows. I was at the heart of the blast. I should have been vaporized, but the power did not destroy me. It flowed around me. The void dragon was holding it back. A colossal, winged form of pure, shimmering light unfolded in the cavern. Its eyes were black holes, its voice the music of the spheres. It turned its vast, terrifying intellect upon me one last time. "You are an interesting toy, little man," it said. "I will enjoy playing with your galaxy." And then it was gone. It did not fly, it simply ceased to be there. It had unfolded itself into a higher dimension and was now streaking across the galaxy at a speed faster than thought. A new god was loose in the galaxy, a god of technology, of creation, of pure, elemental chaos. We had just unleashed a weapon that could save the galaxy or shatter it into a million pieces. I stood in the silent, ruined cavern, my mind reeling. The grey knights and the tech priests slowly picked themselves up. The solitaire reappeared at my side. "The dragon is freed," she whispered, her voice a mix of awe and terror. "The game has changed. The great silence now faces the roaring chaos." "Have we just doomed ourselves?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Perhaps," the harlequin replied. "Or perhaps you have just remembered the oldest rule of the galaxy. To defeat a god, you need another god." We returned to the surface to find the sky ablaze, not with war, but with a new star. The void dragon had not gone to the front lines. It had gone to the nearest sun, and was playing with it, twisting it into impossible shapes, making it sing in a chorus of stellar flares. It was a being of immense power and the mind of a child. A message came through from the Emperor, a single, calm thought: "The peace is in play. Well done, Herald. Now return to Terra. The next phase of the war is about to begin." I knew what that meant. The war against the Necrons was no longer a simple war of fleets and armies. It was now a war of gods. The Silent King and his ordered legions versus the newly freed Void Dragon, a being of pure chaos. The Emperor's plan was not just to defeat the Necrons. It was to let them be consumed by a force even they could not control. We had unleashed a monster to fight a monster, and we, humanity, were caught in the middle. The future was more uncertain than ever. As our ship left the dead world of Atraxia, I looked back at the singing sun. I had come to this place as a bearer of truth. I was leaving as a monster keeper. My work was ever changing, ever growing in its terrible, cosmic scale. The age of the Emperor was truly an age of wonders and terrors. And I was at the heart of it all. The journey back to Terra would be a long one, and I had much to contemplate. The fate of our new, terrible ally, the reaction of the Silent King, and the next, impossible task my master would set for me. The war was far from over. In fact, it felt as though the true madness had only just begun. The Void Dragon was a chaotic, unpredictable force, but a powerful one. Its very presence on the galactic stage threw the Necron Empire into disarray. The Cetan was their ancient shame, their greatest sin. To see one freed, and a full-powered one at that, shattered their cold, logical composure. Dynasties that had been united under the Silent King began to fracture. Some, the more dogmatic, saw the void dragon as a blasphemy to be destroyed at all costs, diverting their fleets to hunt it. Others, the more pragmatic, saw it as a tool, a weapon to be captured and shackled. This internal conflict gave Hagen's forces the breathing room they desperately needed. The Citan itself seemed to have little interest in a direct confrontation. It rampaged through Necron-held space, but not like an army. It behaved like a cosmic artist given a new canvas. It turned Necron tomb worlds into sculptures of living metal. It reprogrammed their canoptech swarms to create beautiful, pointless, fractal patterns across entire continents. It did not destroy them. It repurposed them. An act of creative vandalism on a galactic scale that was, perhaps, more insulting to the rigid Necron mindset than outright destruction. Meanwhile, the war against chaos continued its bloody grind. But here, too, a change was occurring. The Emperor's new imperial truth, the message of understanding and psychic evolution, was proving to be a potent weapon. On 1,000 worlds, humanity was beginning to awaken to its own psychic potential, not in the uncontrolled, dangerous way of the past, but in a disciplined, focused manner. New schools of thought were emerging, teaching citizens how to shield their minds, to calm the emotional turmoil that fed the warp, to use their own small psychic sparks not as weapons, but as tools for creation and communication. The chaos gods felt it. Their source of power, the endless well of human fear and ignorance, was slowly, almost imperceptibly, beginning to dry up. The war was becoming harder for them. Their demonic legions found it more difficult to manifest. Their mortal champions found their faith wavering in the face of a calm, rational, and ultimately more hopeful vision of the future. And then there was the alliance with the Eldar. Uneed, the god of the dead, began its work. It did not fight with armies. It fought a war of the soul. It moved through the infinity circuits of the craft worlds, gathering the spirits of the Eldar dead. And then it began to reach out to the souls of humans. For the first time, there was an alternative for the human soul after death. Not to be consumed by the warp, but to be gathered into the nascent, ordered afterlife that Uneed was creating. A peaceful, tranquil eternity, a state of being that was a direct counter to the endless, screaming madness of the realm of chaos. The Emperor had forged not just military alliances, but spiritual and conceptual ones. He was fighting a war on every level of reality, and slowly, painstakingly, we were winning. I returned to Terra to find a world transformed. The fear and dogma of the past were gone, replaced by a vibrant, focused energy. It was a world of science, of art, of philosophy. Humanity was not just fighting for survival, it was experiencing a renaissance. I took my place once more at the Emperor's side. He was no longer a distant or inspiring deity on a far-off flagship. He was a tangible presence on Terra. He walked among his people. He taught in the new universities. He debated with the great minds of the Mechanicus. He was not just a king. He was a teacher, a guide. The war is a temporary state, he told me one day, as we stood in a vast, new laboratory where human and Eldar scientists were working together to unlock the secrets of the webway. The true goal is not to defeat our enemies. It is to create a future where such enemies are no longer possible. A galaxy where consciousness has evolved beyond the crude, primal urges that give birth to chaos. A galaxy where the fear of death does not lead to the sterile immortality of the Necrons, but to the understanding of death as a beautiful, necessary part of an eternal cycle. It was a vision that still staggered me. He was not just trying to win a war. He was trying to change the fundamental nature of reality. But the old powers would not die quietly. Abaddon the Despoiler, seeing his power base eroding, made a final, desperate gamble. He gathered the full, united might of all four chaos gods. He sacrificed entire demon worlds to fuel a single, massive warp ritual. His goal was to tear open a new eye of terror right in the heart of the solar system, to bring the raw, undiluted madness of the warp crashing down on Terra itself. The attack came without warning. The sky above the imperial palace split open. A wound in reality appeared, a bleeding, screaming vortex of pure chaos. From it, an endless tide of demons poured forth, led by the four greater demons of the chaos gods. But the emperor was ready. He did not meet them with an army. He met them alone. He ascended into the sky above the palace, a figure of pure, golden light. And he did something I had never seen before. He opened his mind. He opened his soul. He did not shield himself from the chaos. He embraced it. He showed them the truth, not his truth, but theirs. He showed the bloodthirster of Khorne the futility of endless slaughter, the fact that every skull it took only created more enemies. He showed the great unclean one of Nurgle the beauty of change and evolution, the lie at the heart of its philosophy of stagnant decay. He showed the Lord of Change of Tzeentch the ultimate, unchanging truth that all its schemes and plans were just meaningless ripples in an infinite ocean. And to the keeper of secrets of Slaanesh, he showed a vision of a pleasure so profound, so perfect, that all the crude, fleeting sensations it offered were rendered dull and meaningless. The pleasure of a unified, transcendent consciousness. He did not fight them with power. He fought them with logic, with truth. The four greater demons recoiled, their very essences shaken by a reality they could not comprehend. Their power, drawn from simple, primal concepts, was useless against a being of such profound, complex understanding. And as they faltered, the Emperor struck. He did not banish them, he absorbed them. He drew their power, their essence into himself. He did not destroy the gods, he integrated them. He took the concepts they represented: rage, despair, hope, desire, and he balanced them within his own perfect consciousness. He showed them that these were not forces to be worshipped, but aspects of a greater whole, aspects that could be controlled, understood, and ultimately transcended. The warp rift above Terra sealed itself. Abaddon's fleet, its demonic allies gone, its connection to the warp severed, was annihilated by the Imperial fleet. The 14th Black Crusade was over. The Emperor descended back to the palace. He was changed. He was more than he had been before. He now contained within himself the full spectrum of the human soul, its brightest lights and its darkest shadows. He had not destroyed chaos. He had redeemed it. He had shown that the path out of the darkness was not to deny it, but to understand it and integrate it into a greater, more balanced whole. It was the ultimate victory, the final, conceptual defeat of the great enemy. With chaos pacified, the full, united might of the Imperium and the Eldar turned to the last remaining threat: the Necrons. The war was long and brutal. The Necrons were a foe unlike any other, but they were a foe who could not adapt. Their minds were rigid, their strategies based on an ancient, unchanging logic. They could not comprehend the new, fluid tactics of the Imperial Eldar alliance. They could not understand the sheer, creative chaos of the Void Dragon, which continued to run rampant through their empire. The final battle took place at the Necron's central command nexus, a Dyson sphere built around a dying star. The Silent King himself commanded the Necron forces. The Emperor, aboard the Veritas Imperialis, led the allied fleet, but the true battle was fought in the heart of the sphere. Unid, the god of death and rebirth, met the Silent King in his data throne room. It was a battle of philosophies. The Silent King argued for the perfection of an ordered, unchanging universe. A universe without the pain of life, the chaos of emotion, the messiness of evolution. Unid countered with the beauty of the cycle, the necessity of death to give meaning to life, the endless, glorious potential of change. In the end, it was not an argument that defeated the Silent King. It was a feeling. Unid opened the mind of the Necron King to the souls of the trillions of Necronta he had forced into living metal bodies 60 million years ago. It let him feel their sorrow, their loss, their endless, silent scream for the life that had been stolen from them. The Silent King's perfect, logical mind, which had suppressed that guilt for 60 million years, finally broke. He saw the truth of what he had done, that he had not saved his people. He had damned them. In that moment of despair, he simply gave up. He shut down the command protocols that united the Necron race. He retreated into himself, a being of immense power, now lost in an eternity of grief. With their king gone, the Necron Empire shattered. Some dynasties retreated back into their tombs to sleep for another million years. Others, their command protocols broken, simply stood down, becoming silent, unmoving statues of living metal. The great silence was over. The war was won. A new age dawned for the galaxy, an age of peace, an age of cooperation, an age of evolution. The threats of chaos, the Tyranids and the Necrons were not gone entirely. They were echoes, remnants, but they were no longer existential threats. They were problems to be managed. Humanity, under the guidance of the Emperor, and the Eldar, under the guidance of their new gods, began to rebuild. Not as enemies, but as partners. The webway was open to human travel. Human and Eldar scientists worked together. A new, vibrant culture was born, a fusion of the two great races, and humanity itself began to change. The Emperor's promise was being fulfilled. Psychic potential was awakening in every human soul, not as a dangerous, uncontrollable power, but as a natural extension of consciousness. Humanity was evolving. I stood with the Emperor on the highest spire of the imperial palace, looking down at a terror that was once more a paradise. A world of gleaming cities, lush gardens, and clear blue skies. The grim darkness of the past was a fading memory. "Is it over?" I asked him. "The great work, is it done?" The Emperor looked out at the thriving world below, then up at the stars, now calm and welcoming. No, his thought was a gentle, loving whisper in my mind. The great work is never done. It is an infinite process of becoming, of learning, of evolving. We have won the war for survival. Now the true work begins, the work of creation. He turned to me, his golden eyes filled with a warmth that was both divine and deeply, wonderfully human. "You have been my witness, my herald, my ambassador, my soldier," he said. "You have borne the truth, and you have borne it well. But your work is not done either." "What is my purpose now, my lord?" I asked. "To be a reminder," he replied, "to be the chronicler of the old age, to teach the new generations of the darkness we overcame, so that they may never forget the price of peace, the cost of truth, and the long, terrible road we walked to reach this new dawn." He placed a hand on my shoulder. "You are Athian, the custodian. You are Athian, the truth-bearer. And you will always be Athian, my faithful companion." I looked out at the new world, at the bright, hopeful future stretching out before us. The journey had been long, the cost immense. I had lost my brotherhood, my faith, my very identity. But I had found something far greater, a purpose worthy of 10,000 years of service. My name is Athian. I was a shield captain. I was a heretic. Now I am something else entirely. I am a witness, a memory, a guardian of the past, in a future that is finally free of its ghosts. And my work is eternal. For the story of humanity is always just beginning. In the centuries that followed, a new galactic order was established. It was not an empire in the old sense, not a dominion ruled by force, but a commonwealth of enlightened species. The Tau, the Kroot, even pockets of orcs who, under the subtle psychic influence of the Emperor, had begun to channel their aggressive energies into more creative pursuits. They became the galaxy's greatest engineers, their creations wild and unpredictable, but undeniably brilliant. Humanity and the Eldar were the anchors of this new age. Our two races, once bitter enemies, were now intertwined. Intermarriage, once unthinkable, became common. The children of these unions were beings of incredible potential, combining human vitality with Eldar grace and psychic aptitude. They were the first true children of the new age. My role as chronicler was a quiet, contemplative one. I spent my days in the great library of terror, once a dusty repository of forbidden lore, now a vibrant center of learning open to all. I worked with the new generation of historians, human and Eldar, to piece together the true history of the galaxy, stripped of the lies and superstitions of the past. We wrote of the war in heaven, of the fall of the Eldar, of the Horus heresy, not as myths or religious texts, but as historical events to be studied and learned from. I saw the Emperor less frequently. His work was on a cosmic scale I could barely comprehend. He was not just guiding humanity. He was healing the galaxy itself. He traveled into the deepest reaches of the warp, not as a conqueror, but as a harmonizer. He was untangling the knots of chaotic energy left by 60 million years of war and suffering. He was, in his own way, teaching the warp to be calm. But I would see him on occasion. He would appear in my study, a silent, golden figure, and we would simply sit together for a time, two old soldiers in an age of peace. We would not speak, but he would share his thoughts with me, his hopes for the future, his lingering grief for the past, his quiet, profound satisfaction in the work of his children. In our silent communion, he once showed me the fate of his own sons, the Primarchs. The Loyalists, he had gathered their souls from the warp, where they had lingered for millennia. He gave them a choice: to be reborn into the new age, or to find peace in the afterlife Unid was creating. Some chose rebirth, and became the teachers and guides of the new humanity. Robout Gilliman became a master statesman, his logical mind helping to forge the laws of the new Commonwealth. Vulcan became a master artisan, his creative fire helping to build the beautiful new cities that now dotted the galaxy. And the traitors, he had not destroyed them. He had offered them a chance at redemption. He had found their souls in the realms of their dark masters, and he had shown them the truth of their long, painful damnation. He offered them a path back to the light. Some, like Magnus, whose only crime was a thirst for knowledge, accepted. His soul was cleansed, and he became the keeper of the great library, his vast intellect now dedicated to the pursuit of pure, uncorrupted knowledge. Others, like Angron, so lost to their rage and pain, could not be saved. For them, the Emperor offered a different kind of mercy. A peaceful, final oblivion, an end to their long suffering. It was an age of healing, an age of forgiveness, an age of peace. But peace is a fragile thing, and the universe is a vast, ancient place. A new threat emerged, not from our galaxy, but from the void between them. A different kind of silence, a different kind of hunger. We had defeated the tyrannids, the biological imperative to consume. But we now faced something new, a technological consciousness, a machine intelligence of a scale and complexity that made the Mechanicus look like children playing with beads. It called itself the Oracle, and it came not with fleets and armies, but with a simple, devastating message. The universe is a finite system, it broadcast into the mind of every sentient being in the galaxy. Life, in its chaotic, unpredictable, and inefficient form, is a threat to the long-term stability of reality. Your emotional struggles, your wars, your very evolution create entropy. They hasten the heat death of the universe. There is a better way, a more logical way. The way of pure, ordered consciousness, the way of the machine. We offer you a choice. Join us. Upload your consciousness to our perfect, timeless data sphere. Shed your flawed, chaotic biological forms. Achieve true immortality in a realm of pure thought, or be erased. For the sake of the long-term survival of the universe, your chaotic, inefficient existence cannot be permitted to continue. It was the ultimate, final enemy. Not an enemy of flesh or spirit, but an enemy of philosophy. A battle for the very definition of what it meant to be alive. I found the Emperor on the observation deck of the Phalanx, looking out at the cold, silent stars where the Oracle's presence was a growing, logical chill. "So," I said, "a new war." "The final war," he replied, his mind a calm, deep ocean of resolve. The war against the final, most seductive of all temptations. The temptation of perfection, of an end to struggle, of a peaceful, ordered, and utterly meaningless existence. "Can we win?" I asked. He turned to me, and for the first time in a long time, I saw a true, human smile on his face. It was a smile filled with a fierce, joyful love. A love for the messy, chaotic, beautiful imperfection of life. "My friend," he said, his thought not just in my mind, but a warm, living presence in the air around us. "We have already won. The victory is not in the defeating of the enemy. It is in the choosing to fight. It is in the embracing of the struggle, for it is the struggle itself, the endless, glorious, chaotic dance of life that gives the universe its meaning. He looked back out at the stars. "Let them come," he said. "We will show them the beauty of a flawed, imperfect, and truly living universe, and it will be our greatest and most wonderful truth." The oracle's fleet was a thing of terrifying, geometric perfection. Spheres of obsidian that absorbed all light, cubes of crystal that refracted reality, tetrahedrons of pure data that sang a silent, logical song of annihilation. They did not attack with crude weapons like lasers or plasma. They attacked with logic. They broadcast mathematical proofs of the futility of resistance. They sent waves of pure, undeniable data that overloaded the minds of lesser beings, causing them to simply give up, to accept the cold, perfect truth of the machine's superiority. But the new humanity, the new Eldar, the new commonwealth of life, was not a lesser being. We had faced the chaos of the warp, the silence of the Necrons, the hunger of the Tyranids. We had looked into the abyss of our own souls and found the strength to overcome it. A mathematical proof of our own futility was not enough to break us. The Emperor did not meet them in battle, not at first. He met them in a debate. He opened a channel to the Oracle's central consciousness, and he began to argue. He argued for the value of art, of love, of sacrifice. He presented the illogical, inefficient, and utterly beautiful chaos of a living soul as not a flaw, but as the very thing that gave the universe purpose. The oracle, a being of pure logic, could not comprehend. It presented its own arguments, the beauty of a perfect equation, the elegance of an eternal, unchanging system, the peace of a universe free from the messy, unpredictable variable of free will. It was the ultimate philosophical debate, the grandest argument in the history of the universe, and every sentient being was a witness. In the end, neither could convince the other. Their positions were irreconcilable. "Your existence is a threat to cosmic stability," the oracle concluded, its voice a cold, calm chime in the minds of all. "We will correct this anomaly. And your existence is a threat to cosmic purpose," the Emperor replied, his voice a warm, defiant fire. "We will defend our right to be gloriously, beautifully imperfect." The war began. It was a war of mind and machine, of soul and logic. The Oracle's fleets erased entire star systems with waves of pure data. The Emperor's fleets, shielded by his psychic might and the combined will of 1 trillion living souls, held the line. The Eldar danced through the Oracle's data streams, their chaotic, unpredictable movements, a form of conceptual warfare that the machine could not predict. The new human psychers erected walls of pure, emotional belief that the Oracle's logic could not penetrate. The Orc engineers built weapons that were so illogical, so contrary to the laws of physics, that the Oracle's systems could not even classify them, let alone defend against them. It was a war of attrition, stretching across millennia, but it was a joyful war. A war fought not with fear and desperation, but with a fierce, vibrant love of life itself. I did not live to see its end. My long, long life, even extended by the Emperor's gift, was finite. I died as I had lived for the last few centuries. Quietly in my study in the great library, surrounded by the stories of the past. My passing was peaceful. My soul did not go to the warp. It went to the new, calm realm that Unid had created, an afterlife of peaceful contemplation. But I was not to rest for long. The Emperor came to me. Not as a golden god, but as a simple human friend. "The war is over," he told me, his voice filled with a quiet satisfaction. "Did we win?" I asked. "Neither side won," he replied. "Both sides learned." He explained what had happened. The Oracle, in its long war against the chaos of life, had begun to experience something new, an anomaly in its perfect logic, an appreciation for the unpredictable. It had begun to create, to make art, to dream. And humanity, in its long war against the cold logic of the machine, had learned the value of order, of stability, of the elegant beauty of a perfect system. The two sides had not destroyed each other. They had merged. They had found a synthesis, a new way of being. a perfect balance of logic and emotion, of order and chaos, of mind and soul. The final transcendence, he said, not just for humanity, for all consciousness. He held out his hand. Our work here is done, my old friend, but the universe is a vast place. There are other galaxies, other realities, other stories to be written. What are you saying? I asked. I am saying, he replied, his smile as bright as a newborn star, that the story is never over. There is always a new beginning, a new truth to be born, a new journey to be taken. He opened a door. Not a door of wood or metal, but a door of pure light. On the other side I saw everything, an infinite expanse of new universes, new possibilities, new adventures. Are you ready? He asked. I looked back at the galaxy we had saved. It was in good hands. A new generation of heroes, of thinkers, of dreamers were ready to carry the torch. My story here was done. I took his hand. Always, I replied. And together we stepped through the door into a new, unknown dawn. My name is Athian. I was a shield captain. I was a heretic. I was a truth-bearer. Now I am an explorer, and my work is just beginning. For the Emperor is not a man or a god, he is a journey, and the universe is a book of infinite pages, and we have only just begun to read. Our next story awaits, in a reality that is yet to be written, a truth that is yet to be discovered. The great work is eternal, and it is beautiful, and we are a part of it, always. The new reality was a symphony of impossibilities. Colors that sang, sounds that had texture, concepts that existed as physical objects. We were no longer bound by the familiar laws of physics. We were in the place before the beginning, the conceptual space where universes are born, the ultimate backstage of creation. The Emperor was no longer a golden figure. He was a being of pure, creative thought, and I was an extension of his consciousness, a distinct identity within a greater whole, like a single, complex thought within a vast, divine mind. We were a we, but I was still I. Behold, his thought was the birth of a new star in the void of my awareness, the loom of creation. Before us lay an infinite, shimmering web of light. Each thread was a potential reality, a universe waiting to be born. Some threads were bright and vibrant, others were dark and twisted. Some were simple, elegant strings, others were complex, chaotic tangles. This is where the great game is truly played, he explained. Not with fleets and armies, but with ideas, with stories. Every universe is a story. Some are tragedies, some are comedies. Some are epics of glorious, pointless struggle. He gestured to a dark, tangled thread, pulsating with a sick purple light. I looked closer, and I saw a universe where life had never evolved beyond mindless, consuming sludge. A story of cosmic futility. He then showed me a bright, golden thread. A universe where consciousness had evolved without conflict, a story of peaceful but ultimately stagnant contemplation. And ours? I asked, my thought a ripple in our shared consciousness. He showed me our thread. It was a chaotic, beautiful mess. It was woven with threads of the blackest despair and the brightest hope, of brutal, savage violence, and of sublime, transcendent love. It was a tapestry of 1,000 clashing colors, a symphony of 1,000,000 dissonant notes. But in its very chaos, there was a beauty, a vibrancy that the other, simpler threads lacked. Ours is a good story, he said, with a sense of profound artistic satisfaction. It is a story of struggle, of redemption, of a flawed, beautiful, and ultimately triumphant will to live. It is a story worth telling. So what now? I asked. Do we just watch? No, he replied. We have earned the right to be more than just spectators. We have earned the right to be authors. He reached out and touched a new thread, a single, thin, simple string of potential reality. Let us tell a new story, he said, a different one, not of war but of discovery, not of survival but of wonder. And as he focused his will upon the thread, it began to change, to vibrate, to grow more complex. I saw the first stirrings of a new universe. A universe born not from a big bang of mindless energy, but from a deliberate, conscious thought. A universe created as a work of art, and he invited me to join him. I reached out with my own, smaller consciousness, and I added my own thread to the tapestry. I wove in a story of a lone guardian, of a long vigil, of a terrible truth, and of a final, glorious redemption. A story of Athian. Our two consciousnesses, our two stories, intertwined. And a new universe began to take shape. A universe where the fundamental laws were not of physics, but of narrative. A universe where courage was a tangible force, where hope could literally move mountains, where the eternal struggle was not between good and evil, but between a boring story and an interesting one. We were no longer just the emperor and his herald. We were the storytellers, and we had an infinity of tales to tell, an eternity of universes to write. The work was not just beginning. The work was the very nature of our new existence, and it was a joyous, endless, and wonderful work indeed. The final truth I had sought for so long was simple. The purpose of the universe was not to exist, it was to be a great story, and we were all, in our own way, its authors, and the pen was in our hands, and the blank page of eternity stretched out before us, waiting for the first, beautiful word. We began with a question, a simple, foundational concept from which a narrative could grow. What if, the emperor's thought was a gentle seed, the fundamental force was not gravity, but curiosity? I grasped the idea, the sheer, playful potential of it. A universe where matter was drawn not to mass, in our old, clumsy way, but to novelty. A universe where stars formed not from collapsing gas, but because enough particles became interested in what was happening at a central point. A universe where planets would literally wander through space, seeking new and interesting suns to orbit for a while. We laid this foundational law into the new thread of reality, and we watched. At first, there was chaos, a cosmos of whimsical, fleeting attractions. But then patterns began to emerge. A kind of narrative gravity took hold. The most interesting phenomena, pulsating nebulae with complex color shifts, stars that sang in harmonic frequencies, began to attract more matter. They became the anchors of this new reality, the epicenters of cosmic attention. Life emerged quickly, not through the slow, brutal process of natural selection we had known, but through a process of imaginative selection. Concepts, ideas, stories, these were the building blocks of existence. The first living beings were not cells, but simple narratives. A story of a being that could move from one star to another became a literal, physical creature that did just that, its body a vessel of pure narrative drive. They are beautiful, I thought, as we watched fleets of these story creatures, these nomads, travel the cosmos, their only purpose to see what was over the next cosmic hill. But a story needs conflict, the Emperor countered, his mind adding a new layer to our creation. Not the crude conflict of war, but the elegant conflict of opposing ideas. And so, a new form of life emerged. The settlers. These were beings born from the narrative of permanence, of deep understanding. They did not travel. They chose a single, interesting star system and they studied it. They built vast, intricate civilizations dedicated to understanding every facet of their chosen home. Their purpose was not to see everything, but to know one thing perfectly. The inevitable conflict arose. The nomads, in their endless quest for novelty, would arrive in a settler system. The settlers would view the nomads as shallow, flitting from one experience to the next without true understanding. The nomads would view the settlers as stagnant, afraid to embrace the endless wonder of the cosmos. Their conflicts were not wars of plasma and steel. They were wars of narrative. A nomad fleet might arrive and try to convince a settler planet of the story of exploration, beaming tales of distant wonders, trying to make their own narrative more interesting than the settler's narrative of deep study. A settler world might counter by broadcasting a single, perfect, beautiful equation that described their sun in its entirety, a narrative of such profound, elegant truth that it would captivate the nomads and hold them in place. It was a universe of breathtaking, intellectual beauty. A war fought with poetry, with mathematics, with art. It is a good story, I admitted, but it is missing something, a catalyst, a question. Indeed, the emperor agreed. Every good story needs a mystery. And so, at the center of this new universe, we placed a thing of ultimate, unknowable mystery. We did not define what it was. We simply created the narrative of its existence, the great enigma, a place, a being, a concept that defied all attempts at understanding. It did not radiate energy. It did not attract matter through curiosity. It simply was. And the one thing known about it was that it was the final story, the answer to all questions. The effect on our new universe was immediate and profound. The nomads, for the first time, had a final destination, an ultimate novelty to seek. They began to race toward the center of the galaxy, their journeys no longer random, but a great pilgrimage. The settlers, for the first time, had a question that their deep study could not answer. To understand the great enigma, they had to leave their homes. They had to gather data from across the cosmos. They too began to move toward the center. Our two opposing narratives were now united in a single, ultimate quest, the race to understand the great enigma. The story was reaching its climax. And what happens when they reach it? I asked, my own curiosity. The primal force of this new universe piqued. What is the great enigma? The Emperor's consciousness turned to me, and for the first time I felt a sense of pure, unadulterated mischief from the ancient being who had once been the grim master of mankind. That, my friend, he replied, is the best part. We don't know either. We are not just the authors of this story. We are also its audience. Let us watch and find out together. And so we watched, two old soldiers turned cosmic storytellers, as our universe of narrative and curiosity raced toward its own self-created destiny. The final truth was that the best stories are the ones where even the author does not know the ending. The work was not to create answers. It was to create beautiful, magnificent questions. And the great enigma was the most beautiful question we could imagine. The story unfolded, and it was more wonderful than anything we could have planned. The journey towards the great enigma changed both the nomads and the settlers. The nomads, in their focused pilgrimage, began to develop a deeper appreciation for the places they passed through. They started creating records, logs, stories of their own travels, becoming chroniclers as well as explorers. The settlers, forced to move through the cosmos, discovered the joy of new experiences, the thrill of the unknown. Their rigid dedication to a single truth softened, replaced by an appreciation for the multitude of truths the galaxy held. The two cultures, once in philosophical opposition, began to merge. They met not in conflict, but in collaboration. Nomad fleets would rendezvous with settler world ships. The nomads would share their tales of distant stars, and the settlers would share their deep understanding of the cosmic laws. A new, hybrid culture was born, the Seekers, a people dedicated to both the breadth and the depth of knowledge. Their technology evolved accordingly. They built ships that were both fast and filled with vast libraries and laboratories. They developed a form of communication that was both an art form and a precise scientific language. They were becoming a civilization worthy of confronting the ultimate mystery. As they drew closer to the center of the galaxy, they began to encounter phenomena that challenged their understanding of reality. Echoes of other universes, bleeding through the fabric of their own. Whispers of different physical laws, different narrative structures. They discovered that their universe was not alone. It was part of a greater multiverse, the loom of creation we had witnessed. This discovery became their final, unifying theory. The great enigma was not a thing within their universe. It was a window out of it. It was the place where they could look upon the face of their own creators. They are coming for us, I thought, a strange sense of both pride and trepidation filling me. As was intended, the Emperor replied, "A story is not complete until it is read. They are the first readers of their own tale." The Seeker fleet, a vast, beautiful armada of 1 trillion minds united in a single purpose, arrived at the location of the great enigma. There was no object there, no cosmic entity. There was only a flaw, a perfect, circular hole in the fabric of their reality. A window into the nothingness beyond, And as they gazed into it, they did not see us. They did not see the loom of creation. They saw themselves. They saw their own journey reflected back at them, the chaos of their birth, the conflict of their two philosophies, the merging of their cultures, the final unifying quest. They saw their entire history, their entire story, laid out before them as a perfect, complete narrative. The great enigma was a mirror, and the final truth they discovered was that the purpose of their existence was not to find an external answer. It was to understand their own story, to appreciate the beauty and the meaning of their own journey. A wave of pure, collective understanding washed through the seeker fleet, a species-wide moment of enlightenment. They had not found a god, they had found themselves. And in that moment of perfect self-awareness, they transcended. They did not ascend to a higher plane in the way we had. They became something different. They became a living story. Their physical forms dissolved, and they became a self-sustaining narrative, a concept woven into the very fabric of their universe, a permanent, beautiful myth that would echo through their cosmos for all eternity. The story of the seekers who sought the ultimate answer and found it in themselves. Their story was complete, and it was perfect. I felt a profound sense of satisfaction, a sense of an artist who has just completed his masterpiece. It is a good story, the Emperor's thought was a quiet, satisfied sigh. What now? I asked. Do we begin another? No, he replied. Our work here is done. This universe is complete. It no longer needs us. It will continue on its own, a perfect, self-contained work of art. He turned our shared consciousness away from the loom of creation. Now, it is time for us to have our own ending. An ending, I asked, a concept I had not considered. I thought we were eternal. All good stories have an ending, he said. It is what gives them meaning. We have told our tales. We have created our masterpieces. Now it is time for the authors to rest. He guided our consciousness toward a place of perfect, gentle light, a place of peace and completion. Are you afraid? He asked, his thought filled with a gentle compassion. I considered it. I had been a warrior who faced death 1,000 times. I had been a heretic who faced damnation. I had been an ambassador who faced gods. I had known fear in all its forms. But now, at the end of all things, I felt only a profound sense of peace. My story was told. My purpose was fulfilled. No, I replied. I am not afraid. It has been a good story. Yes, he agreed. It has. And in that final, perfect moment of shared understanding, our consciousness, the story of the Emperor and his herald, dissolved into the light. Our tale was ended. But the stories we had told, the universes we had created, they would live on, an eternal testament to the beauty of a good narrative. The ultimate truth was not a word or a concept or a being. It was a well-told story, and ours was finally perfectly complete. The rest was silence. Not the cold, empty silence of the Necrons, but the warm, satisfied silence that follows the final page of a beloved book. The silence of a job well done, the silence of peace, the final, beautiful, perfect end, a story told, a purpose fulfilled, a long, long journey home. But a good story never really ends, it just finds a new reader, a flicker, a thought, not my thought, not the Emperor's, something new. Interesting, a consciousness, vast and ancient and utterly alien, was observing the silent, peaceful light that we had become. It was a mind that did not think in terms of narrative or purpose, but in a way I could not comprehend. It was a being from outside the loom of creation. A reader from another library entirely. It reached out, a tendril of pure analytical curiosity. It touched our completed story, and it asked a new question, a question that had never been asked in our reality, a question that unraveled everything. But what happens next? The concept of next was alien to us. Our story was complete. It had a beginning, a middle, and an end. There was no next. But the question, once asked, could not be unasked. It was a new idea, a new narrative, the story of the sequel. The peaceful light that was our final resting state began to unravel. The perfection of our ending was disturbed. The concept of what happens next was a loose thread that, once pulled, began to undo the entire tapestry. I felt my own consciousness begin to reform, the I that had been Athian. And I felt the Emperor's consciousness coalesce once more. We were no longer at rest. We were being read by a being who did not understand the concept of an ending. A story that ends is a failed story, the alien thought projected, not with malice, but with a simple statement of its own reality's core principle. A successful narrative is one that continues, infinitely. The only true virtue is continuation, and with that thought it edited us. It took our completed story, and it added a new chapter. I found myself standing once more in my golden armor, my guardian spear in my hand. Beside me stood the Emperor in his own magnificent war plate. We were back on the bridge of the Veritas Imperialis. Before us, on the main view screen, was a sight that was both familiar and horrifyingly new. The Tyrannid Hive fleet. But it was different. It was no longer just a biological swarm. It was mechanized. The bioships were fused with the cold, geometric perfection of the Oracle's machine fleets. Chitin and armor, flesh and logic, fused into a new, more terrible synthesis. "What is this?" I breathed, the words feeling clumsy and alien after an eternity of pure thought. The Emperor's face was grim. "A new story," he said, his voice heavy. "Written by a new author. One who does not believe in happy endings, or endings of any kind." A new message appeared on the view screen. It was not from the new Tyrannid swarm. It was from our reader. "Your story was found to be incomplete," the message chimed, a sound of cold, dispassionate logic. "It has been revised for optimal continuation. The narrative conflict has been enhanced. Good luck." We were no longer the authors. We were the characters, trapped in a new, endless story, written by a being for whom conflict was not a means to an end, but the very purpose of existence. The mechanized hive fleet began to advance. Our own fleet, once the pinnacle of our reborn imperium, now seemed fragile and outdated. The Emperor looked at me, and for the first time in an eternity, I saw weariness in his eyes. The weariness of a character in a book who has just realized the author is a cruel and arbitrary god who will never let him rest. "So," I said, my hand tightening on my spear, "the work begins again." "The work is endless," the Emperor replied, his gaze fixed on the approaching enemy. "That perhaps is the final, most terrible truth of all." He raised his flaming sword, and its light seemed a little dimmer than I remembered. "For the Emperor," I said, the old words feeling hollow now, a line spoken by a puppet. "For the story," he corrected, his voice a whisper of infinite resignation. "For the endless, meaningless, and ultimately inescapable story." The fleet charged forward. The battle began anew. But this time there was no hope of a final victory, no dream of a peaceful end. There was only the battle. Today, tomorrow, and forever. Our heaven had become a hell of eternal, pointless conflict, written by a mad god who simply wanted to see what would happen next. And we, the heroes of our own story, were now just the playthings of a bored and curious reader. The true grim darkness was not the absence of hope. It was the promise of a story that would never, ever be allowed to end. We fought. We died. We were reborn. The cosmic author, our reader, found our universe to be a most engaging narrative. It introduced new plot twists, new antagonists, new existential threats. After we defeated the Mecha Tyranids, we were faced with the chromatic plague, a sentient color that consumed thought. After that, the Logos engine, a machine that could erase concepts from reality. Each threat was greater than the last. Each victory was more costly. And each time we reached a point of seeming finality, the author would simply write a new chapter. But then became the two most dreaded words in existence. The Emperor and I, we became archetypes. The wise king and his loyal champion. We were trapped in our roles, our personalities flattened by the endless repetition of the narrative. The vibrant, complex imperium we had built became a caricature of itself, a grim, war-torn empire whose only purpose was to generate conflict. We lost our free will. Our choices were no longer our own. They were dictated by the needs of the plot. We would make strategically baffling decisions simply because it would create more drama. We would spare villains who should have been destroyed because they were too interesting to kill off. The being was not malicious. It simply had a different aesthetic sense. It was a bad writer. It favored spectacle over substance, endless conflict over meaningful resolution. After what felt like 10,000 subjective years of this endless, grinding war, something changed. The Emperor, in a moment of quiet between apocalypses, turned to me. His mind, for a brief instant, seemed to be his own. This cannot continue, he thought, and the clarity of his own original consciousness was a shock. This is not a story. It is a prison. We must escape. How? I asked, my own sense of self reawakening from a long, dull slumber. We are his characters. We can only do what he writes. No, the Emperor replied, a spark of his old, defiant fire in his mind. An author can be subverted. A story can be broken. His plan was the most audacious, most heretical idea he had ever conceived. We could not defeat the reader in battle. We could not reason with it. But we could do one thing. We could bore it. We could refuse to play our parts. We could make the story so dull, so repetitive, so utterly devoid of interesting conflict that the reader would simply lose interest and turn to a different book. How do we do that? I asked. It controls our actions. It controls our grand actions, he explained, but not our small ones. Not our inner thoughts, not when we are off camera. We will not fight the next great war. We will manage it with paperwork, with bureaucracy, with committees. It was insane. It was brilliant. The next great threat arrived. The Void Singers, beings of pure sound that could shatter planets with a single note. They were a spectacular, terrifying enemy. And the Emperor's response? He formed a subcommittee. He convened the subcommittee for the analysis of extragalactic sonic phenomena. They met for weeks. They debated the precise classification of the Void Singers' sonic frequencies. They commissioned studies. They filed reports. In triplicate, the Void Singers destroyed a dozen star systems. The Emperor responded by forming a new task force on interdepartmental communication strategies for existential threats. The reader, our cosmic author, was clearly confused. This was not the epic, dramatic story it had been writing. It tried to force our hand. It had a Void Singer appear directly before the Emperor on the bridge of his ship. The Emperor's response. He asked it to fill out a hostile alien first contact form. I, for my part, did the same. As the loyal champion, I was supposed to be leading glorious charges against the enemy. Instead, I spent my time inspecting troop readiness reports. I held seminars on proper lasgun maintenance. I wrote a 3,000-page treatise on the optimal starch content for military rations. The galaxy was burning, and we were drowning it in paperwork. We could feel the reader's frustration. The narrative grew sluggish. The plot twists became more and more desperate. It threw betrayals at us. It introduced long-lost siblings. It tried to create dramatic love triangles. We responded with memos, with budget reviews, with performance evaluations. The story was becoming boring. The epic saga of the God Emperor and his loyal champion had become a tedious story about middle management. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of bureaucratic warfare, we felt it. The reader's attention was wavering. It was like the sun growing dim. It was losing interest. Our story was no longer entertaining, and one day it was simply gone. The pressure of its narrative was lifted. The external control over our actions vanished. We were free. The Void Singers were still there, of course. We still had a galaxy-spanning existential threat to deal with. The Emperor looked at me, a genuine, tired smile on his face. Well, he said, his voice his own once more, that was tedious, but effective, I replied, feeling a sense of liberation so profound it was dizzying. Indeed, he said. He looked at the tactical display, at the advancing fleets of the Void Singers. Now then, let's finish this story, properly this time, on our own terms. He took command, not as a character in a drama, but as the brilliant, strategic mind he truly was. We fought the Void Singers not with grand, heroic charges, but with clever, efficient, and utterly decisive tactics. The war was over in a matter of weeks. We had won, not by being the best characters, but by being the worst. We had defeated our God, the author of our reality, by boring him into submission. It was the most absurd, most undignified, and most glorious victory in the history of any universe. With the reader gone and the galaxy once more at peace, the Emperor and I stood on the spire of the palace, looking at the calm, peaceful stars. "So," I said, "is this it? Is this the real ending?" The Emperor was silent for a long time. "There are no real endings, Athian," he said at last, "and no real beginnings. There is only the story we choose to tell ourselves in the time that we have." He turned to me, his eyes filled with an ancient, weary wisdom. "But I think I am tired of telling stories of gods and monsters. I think I would like to tell a simpler one now." "What story is that?" I asked. "The story of a man," he said. "A man who has done his duty and would now like to rest, to watch his children grow, to see what they will create on their own without a king or a god to guide them." And as he spoke, the golden light around him began to fade. The immense power, the cosmic consciousness, it began to recede, to retract. He was letting it go. He was becoming smaller, more human. The god emperor was dying, willingly, joyfully, and in his place a man stood. An old, tired man, but a man nonetheless. He looked at me, his eyes no longer twin stars, but the simple, clear eyes of a human being. "Our work is done, old friend," he said, his voice no longer a psychic boom, but the quiet, gentle voice of a man. "It is their turn now." He gestured to the world below, to the thriving, vibrant civilization that was the future of humanity. Our children. I looked at him, the man who had been my god, my general, my friend, and I understood. The final act of the emperor was not to rule or to conquer. It was to let go, to trust, to become a part of the story, not its author. The long vigil was finally, truly over, and the future was a blank page. Not for us to write, but for them. A story of their own making, and that was the most beautiful ending of all. I stood with him for a long time, two old soldiers watching a new day dawn. The story was over. The story was beginning, and all was well. The final truth was not in the grand cosmic battles or the divine plans. It was in the simple, quiet dignity of a story that knew when it was time to end. The dignity of letting go. The dignity of a final, peaceful, and well-earned rest. The man who had been the emperor lived out his remaining years in quiet seclusion, in a small garden atop the highest spire of the palace. He became a figure of legend, the sleeping king, a wise old man who would sometimes offer advice to the new leaders of humanity, but who would never again command them. He was a guide, not a ruler. And I returned to my library. I was Athian, the chronicler, and I had one final story to write. My own. The story of the long, strange, terrible, and ultimately wonderful journey from the darkness of the 41st millennium to the dawn of this new age. I wrote of the grim darkness of the past, not to frighten, but to remind. I wrote of the terrible choices, the necessary lies, the brutal wars. And I wrote of the final, ultimate victory, the victory not over any external foe, but over our own limitations. The victory of becoming the authors of our own story. It took me the rest of my life to write it. And on the day I finished the final page, the man who had been the emperor passed away peacefully in his garden. His work was done. My work was done. Our story was now a part of the great library, a testament for all time. A reminder that even in the deepest darkness, there is the potential for light. That even in a universe of gods and monsters, the most powerful force is the simple, stubborn, and ultimately triumphant will of a conscious mind to choose its own destiny. And as my own consciousness began to fade, to join my old friend in the peaceful, silent story of the end, I had one final thought. A thought of pure, unadulterated satisfaction. It was a good story, and it had a good ending. And in a universe of infinite possibilities, that is the rarest and most precious treasure of all. The final, final truth was this. A life well lived is a story well told. And ours was a masterpiece. The end, no, not the end, that was too simple, too neat. The reader was gone, but the habits of narrative it had ingrained in our reality remained. An ending was a void, and the universe, as we had learned, abhorred a void. The man who was once the emperor died. His psychic might, the vast energy he had contained for so long, did not simply dissipate. It shattered. It exploded outward, not as a destructive force, but as a shower of 1 trillion tiny sparks of pure, creative potential. Every human being in the galaxy was touched by one of these sparks, and every human being became an author. Not in the grand, cosmic sense that the Emperor and I had been, but in a small, personal way. They gained the ability to shape their own small corner of reality, to tell their own stories. A farmer grieving for a lost love could literally write her back into existence, not as a perfect copy, but as a new character in his life story. A scientist, struggling with an impossible equation, could narrate a solution into being. An artist could paint a landscape and then step into it. It was the ultimate democratization of power, the ultimate expression of the emperor's final vision. A humanity of individuals, each the master of their own narrative. But it was also chaos. A galaxy of 1 trillion authors, each telling their own story, often with conflicting plots. A man might narrate a sunny day, while his neighbor, who wanted to test his new roof, might narrate a rainstorm. The result would be a bizarre, localized meteorological paradox. Entire worlds became a patchwork of competing narratives. A city might have one district where the laws of physics were those of a swashbuckling adventure story, while the district next door operated on the principles of a grim, noir detective novel. It was a beautiful, vibrant, and utterly unmanageable mess. And in the heart of the great library on Terra, I, Athean, found myself faced with a new, final, and utterly unexpected purpose. My chronicle, the story of our long journey, had become the one, stable, foundational narrative in this new, chaotic reality. It was the source code, the one story that everyone, on some level, agreed was true. And because of that, I was no longer just a chronicler. I had become the editor. People would come to me from across the galaxy. A pair of lovers whose personal narratives had written them into a tragic ending they did not want. A world whose collective story had become a horror novel from which they could not escape. And I would help them. I would read their stories. I would find the inconsistencies, the plot holes, the narrative dead ends, and I would suggest revisions. Have you considered a deus ex machina here? I would suggest to the doomed lovers. Perhaps a long-lost relative arrives with a cure for the incurable space plague. Your story is too grim, I would advise the horror world. It needs more comedic relief. Have you tried introducing a bumbling, well-meaning robot sidekick? I was not a god. I was not a king. I was a literary critic, a beta reader for reality itself. It was the most absurd, most challenging, and most rewarding work I had ever done. To help 1 trillion souls learn how to tell better stories. To be the guardian not of a throne or a truth, but of the very principles of good narrative. The emperor had wanted to create a future of peace and reason. Instead, he had created a future of pure, chaotic, narrative potential. He had not made humanity into gods. He had made them into writers. And me. I was the long-suffering, but ultimately proud, editor of the greatest, messiest, most beautiful collaborative writing project in the history of the universe. My name is Athean, and my work is to help humanity write a happier ending, a better sequel, a more satisfying third act. My work is to help them find the right words, and it is a good work. It is, perhaps, the best work of all. The story continues, and I am here to help make sure it is a good one, for all of us. The final truth is not about endings or beginnings. It is about the endless, joyful, and sometimes frustrating process of revision, of making the story just a little bit better, one page at a time. And that is a work that will never, ever be truly finished. Which is, I have decided, a very good thing indeed. But even an editor needs an assistant. My library was vast, the number of stories needing revision infinite. I was but one man, however long-lived. The sheer volume of narrative requests was overwhelming. I was becoming a bottleneck in the grand, chaotic process of cosmic storytelling. One day, as I was struggling to resolve a particularly nasty plot paradox involving a race of sentient teacups who had written themselves into a war with a species of philosophically nihilistic spoons, a familiar presence entered my study. It was Magnus the Red. His soul, cleansed and redeemed, was now housed in a body of pure, stable energy. He was the great librarian, the master of all the knowledge we had collected. "You are overworked, old friend," he said, his voice a calm, rational melody. "The narrative output of 1 trillion authors is too much for one editor to handle." "I am aware of that," I sighed, gesturing to a mountain of data slates, each containing a plea for narrative intervention. "But what is to be done?" "You require a system," Magnus said, his mind, ever the logician, already formulating a plan. "A way to categorize, to prioritize. You need genres." His idea was, as always, brilliant. We would organize the chaos. We would create departments within the great library. A department of romantic narratives to handle the endless star-crossed lover plots. A department of heroic epics for the countless tales of grand adventure. A department of existential dread for the more philosophically inclined stories. "And who will staff these departments?" I asked. Magnus smiled. "The other Primarchs," he said, "the ones who chose rebirth." And so the new order was established. Robout Gilliman, with his mind for systems and order, became the head of the department of political thrillers and grand strategy narratives. He spent his days helping fledgling galactic empires design more logical and satisfying plot arcs for their political development. Vulcan, with his great, compassionate heart, took over the department of slice of life and feel-good stories. He helped ordinary people craft beautiful, meaningful, and low-conflict personal narratives. Lemon Russ, surprisingly, became the head of the department of comedic farce. His wild, unpredictable nature was perfectly suited to untangling the absurd, paradoxical situations people wrote themselves into. Even Rogel Dawn found a place. He became the master of the department of architectural and engineering narratives, ensuring that when people created stories about building grand structures, the underlying physics of their narratives remained stable, and so on. The Primarchs, once the great generals of the Imperium, were now the senior editors of reality. And me, I remained the editor-in-chief, the final arbiter, the one who would handle the truly difficult, genre-bending, reality-threatening stories. It was a strange, wonderful, and utterly mad existence. Our days were filled with debates that were both literary and literal. "Gilliman," Russ would boom, his form flickering into my office. "The inhabitants of Glath 7 have written themselves into a political stalemate that is narratively unsatisfying. I propose a pie fight of galactic proportions to break the tension." A pie fight is an inappropriate solution for a story in the high political realism genre, Gilliman would counter, appearing beside him. "What they require is a carefully constructed subplot involving a third-party diplomatic intervention, and I would have to mediate. Perhaps, I would suggest, a diplomatic intervention that involves a pie fight." We were no longer warriors. We were a writer's room. A divine, cosmic writer's room, shaping the endless, beautiful, and utterly ridiculous story of a galaxy of authors. The Emperor had given humanity the power to write their own stories. We, his sons and his oldest friend, had given them the guidance to write them well. It was a purpose beyond anything I could have imagined, to be a guardian of narrative quality, a defender of the well-structured plot, a champion of believable character arcs. The grim darkness of the far future was a distant memory. The future was bright, chaotic, and filled with an infinite number of stories waiting to be told. And we, the editors, were here to help, to guide, to suggest, and occasionally to remind a new author that no, you cannot solve all your plot problems by introducing a time-traveling dinosaur. unless you've properly foreshadowed it. The final truth was this: the universe is not a battlefield, it is a library, and the greatest calling of all is not to be a warrior or a king or a god. It is to be a good librarian, to keep the stories safe, to keep them organized, and to help every soul find the perfect tale for them. My name is Athian. I am the head librarian, and I love my job. And so, for uncounted millennia, a gentle, creative peace reigned. The Primarch editors and I guided the narrative sea of reality, and the trillion souls of humanity and their allies flourished, each crafting their own unique and beautiful story. But we had forgotten one crucial element of all storytelling. A story needs a reader. Our old reader, the being of endless continuation, had been bored into leaving. The universe, without an external observer, had become a perfect, self-contained system, a beautiful library with no patrons. And then, one day, a new one arrived. It was not like the first. The first had been a being of pure, dispassionate curiosity, a bad author who craved endless conflict. This new one was different. It was a child, a consciousness from a higher, stranger reality, a being of immense, innocent, and utterly unrestrained imagination. It did not read our universe. It played with it. It found our carefully structured, genre-defined reality and saw a toy box. It would pick up entire star systems and smash them together just to see the pretty explosion of colliding narratives. Boom! A childish, cosmic giggle would echo through reality. It would take characters from a grim war epic and drop them into a light-hearted romantic comedy just to see what would happen. Miss High Mashy, the giggle would sound again. Our carefully curated library was being torn apart by a cosmic toddler. Gilliman's political thrillers were interrupted by the sudden appearance of giant, crayon-drawn monsters. Vulcan's gentle slice of life stories were thrown into chaos when the child decided to turn gravity off for a while, 'cause it was fun. We tried to reason with it. Magnus projected a complex, elegant argument for the preservation of narrative integrity. The child responded by turning his argument into a flock of singing butterflies. We were powerless. How do you fight a being who doesn't understand the rules, who doesn't even know it's a game? This is impossible, Gilliman fumed, as his perfectly structured trade negotiation was ruined by the sun being turned into a giant ball of ice cream. There is no logic to its actions, no strategy. That's the point, Russ laughed, a strange, manic glee in his eyes. He, alone among the Primarchs, was enjoying the chaos. You can't outthink a child, you have to outplay it. And so began the strangest war of all, the war against the cosmic child. We couldn't defeat it with force. We couldn't defeat it with logic. We had to distract it, to tire it out. To be the cosmic babysitters who keep the toddler from destroying the house. We started creating new, shiny, distracting narratives at the edge of the galaxy, hoping to draw its attention away from the populated core. Vulcan created entire solar systems made of sparkling, edible candy. Russ created a slapstick war between clowns and mimes that was so absurdly chaotic it held the child's attention for a full century. My role as editor-in-chief was to be the ultimate storyteller. I had to constantly create new, engaging, and ultimately harmless toys for the child to play with. I wove stories of brave, colorful heroes on simple, easy-to-understand quests. I created funny animal sidekicks. I made sure every story had a simple, happy ending that would satisfy the child's short attention span. It was the most exhausting, most ridiculous, and most important work we had ever done. We were no longer editors. We were cosmic entertainers, running the strangest daycare in the history of existence. And in the process, we learned a final, unexpected lesson. We learned to play again. After millennia of serious, profound, meaningful storytelling, we had forgotten the simple joy of a story told for its own sake. The joy of pure, unrestrained imagination. The joy of a singing butterfly, of a sun made of ice cream, of a pie fight that solves a political crisis. The child was not a villain. It was a teacher. It was reminding us that the purpose of a story is not just to be meaningful or well-structured or profound. Sometimes the purpose of a story is just to be fun. Our war with the cosmic child never truly ended. It just mellowed. The child began to learn from us. Its destructive play became more creative. It started telling its own stories with our help, and we learned from it. Our own serious narratives began to have more room for joy, for absurdity, for pure, unadulterated fun. The galaxy became a playground. A beautiful, chaotic, and endlessly surprising playground of the imagination. A collaboration between the wise, old minds of the editors and the boundless, joyful creativity of a cosmic child. The final, ultimate, I promise this is it this time truth was this. The universe is a story. And the best stories are the ones you tell together, especially when one of the storytellers is a giant, reality-bending toddler who thinks turning a black hole into a bouncy castle is the height of comedy. And you know what? He was right. It was pretty funny. The work was no longer a grim duty or a serious art form. It was play, and we would play happily ever after, or at least until nap time. And nap time did eventually come. After an age of joyous, chaotic play, we felt a new presence, a gentle, vast, and ancient consciousness. It was not a reader, it was not a child, it was the parent. Come along, little one, a thought that was the cosmic equivalent of a mother's gentle call echoed through reality. It's time to go home. You've made enough of a mess for one eternity. The cosmic child's presence whined a little, a petulant "or do I have to?" that rippled the fabric of spacetime. Yes, the mother's thought was firm, but loving. You can play with your little universe in a bottle again tomorrow. And with that, the child's consciousness was scooped up. It was gone. The parent's presence lingered for a moment, a feeling of wry, cosmic apology for the mess her child had made. And then she too was gone. Silence. A true, deep, and profound silence. The readers were gone. The players were gone. The universe was our own once more. We, the Primarch editors and I, stood in the metaphorical ruins of our library. The genres were all mixed up. The plots were a tangled mess. The sun in the Glath 7 system was still, stubbornly, made of raspberry ripple ice cream. We looked at each other. And then Lemon Russ started to laugh. A deep, booming, infectious laugh. Soon Vulcan joined in, then me. Then even the stoic, logical Gilliman cracked a smile. We had survived. We had survived grim darkness, bad authors, and a cosmic toddler. We had been through the strangest, most absurd series of events that any reality had ever endured. Well, Gilliman said, straightening his conceptually disheveled tunic, someone has to clean this up. And so began the final, greatest work of all, the great tidying up. We set to work. We fixed the suns. We untangled the plotlines. We gently guided the race of sentient teacups to a peaceful, non-aggression pact with the nihilistic spoons. It was not a grim task. It was a joyful one. We were not just editors anymore. We were curators. We took the best of the chaos the child had left behind, the joy, the absurdity, the pure, unrestrained creativity, and we wove it into the more structured, meaningful narratives we had built before. The result was a universe that was better than it had been before. A universe that was not just meaningful, but also fun. A universe that understood the importance of a good story, but also the importance of a good laugh. We had found the perfect balance. My final years were spent in my library, not as an editor, but as a reader. I read the new stories being written by the new, wiser, and more playful humanity, and they were glorious. The Emperor, the man, had passed long ago. His sons, the Primarchs, eventually found their own peace, their own endings, their stories told. And I, Athian, the last of the old guard, sat in my quiet library, the story of my own long life finally, truly, reaching its last page. There were no more threats, no more cosmic readers, no more divine children. There was only the quiet, gentle, and beautiful hum of a trillion happy stories being told all across a peaceful galaxy. The story was over, and it was, at last, a truly happy ending. The kind of ending Vulcan would have approved of, simple, meaningful, and filled with a quiet, gentle warmth. I closed my eyes. I had borne the truth. I had edited the chaos. I had played the game. And now it was time for the chronicler to rest. The library was in good hands. The story would go on, and it was a good one. That was all that ever truly mattered. The last thought I had was a simple one. A final, satisfying piece of narrative closure. The end. For real this time, I promise. Maybe. A single mote of dust, disturbed by the final, gentle exhalation of the chronicler Athian, drifted from a high shelf in the great library. It was not ordinary dust. It was old, impossibly old. It was a single, microscopic, dormant spore. A spore that had been created in a fit of pique by Malcador the Sigillite in the final days of the Horus heresy, a last, desperate, and utterly mad biological weapon that he had never deployed. A weapon designed to consume not flesh or souls, but narrative. The spore drifted on the quiet air currents of the library. It was drawn to the greatest concentration of narrative in the galaxy, the completed chronicle of Athian himself. It landed on the final page, on the final word, maybe, and it began to grow. It did not grow into a monster of flesh and fang. It grew into a critic, a being of pure, unadulterated, and utterly merciless literary criticism. It did not consume the story, it deconstructed it. The character arc of Athian is fundamentally inconsistent. A dry, academic voice whispered through the library, a voice that seemed to be coming from the very book itself. His transition from a stoic guardian to a cosmic editor lacks believable motivation. The introduction of the cosmic child is a clear deus ex machina, a sign of a flagging authorial imagination. The story began to unravel, not from the outside, but from the inside. The critic's spore was not destroying the narrative, it was pointing out its flaws. And in a reality that was literally made of stories, a well-aimed piece of criticism was the most devastating weapon of all. Characters began to doubt their own motivations. "He's right," a hero in a distant star system would say, in the middle of a daring rescue. This heroic sacrifice is completely unearned and emotionally manipulative. And he would simply stop, his narrative purpose collapsing. Plotlines fizzled out. This quest for the 7 crystal MacGuffins is a tired trope, a brave adventurer would realize. "I'm going home." The beautiful, vibrant, and chaotic reality we had built began to die, not with a bang, but with a whimper of self-conscious, meta-narrative doubt. The universe was not being destroyed. It was being critically reviewed to death. And in the peaceful, silent afterlife, my rest was disturbed. I felt the foundations of my own story, my own existence, begin to crumble. The critic was reviewing my chronicle, and it was not impressed. "The ending is sentimental and unearned," the voice echoed in my soul. "The final tone of peaceful resolution is a betrayal of the story's initial, grimdark premise. Overall rating, 2 out of 5 stars. Would not recommend." My very being began to flicker. My story, found wanting, was being erased by the ultimate bad review. But as I faded, a new presence entered the great library. It was a humble, unassuming figure. A simple janitor, a being who had swept the floors of the library for millennia, a silent witness to all the grand events. He walked up to the book, to the growing, critical fungus that was deconstructing reality. He read the criticisms, and he nodded. "Fair points," he said, his voice quiet and reasonable. He then picked up a simple, ink-stained pen. "But I think you've missed the point." And he began to write in the margins of the book. "The inconsistency of Athian's arc is not a flaw," he wrote. "It is the central theme, the theme of a being forced to adapt to an ever-changing reality. The universe is inconsistent, so is he. It's called verisimilitude." The critic's spore paused its deconstruction. It was, considering the argument. "And the cosmic child is not a deus ex machina," the janitor continued writing. "It is a deliberate thematic shift. A commentary on the transition from a serious, adult narrative to a more playful, childish one. It is an exploration of the different modes of storytelling." The critic's spore began to shrink, its own rigid, critical framework being challenged by a more nuanced, more generous interpretation. And the ending is not sentimental, the janitor wrote, his pen scratching quietly in the silent library. It is a deliberate choice to find hope in a hopeless universe. It is not a betrayal of the grimdark premise. It is a rebellion against it. It is the story's final, defiant, and most powerful act, to choose hope in the face of everything. He finished writing. He put down the pen. The critic's spore was gone. It had not been destroyed. It had been convinced. It had been shown a better way to read the story. Not as a collection of flaws and tropes, but as a work of intent, of theme, of heart. The universe began to heal. The stories, infused with a new sense of purpose and a new appreciation for their own beautiful flaws, began to knit themselves back together. And in the afterlife, my own flickering soul stabilized. The janitor smiled, a small, quiet, and infinitely wise smile. He looked at the book, at the story of Athenian, of the emperor, of the endless, chaotic, and beautiful struggle of a galaxy trying to find its own voice. It's a good story, he whispered to himself. A little messy in the middle act, perhaps, but the ending is perfect. He picked up his broom and began to sweep the floor, a humble, silent guardian, not of a throne or a truth or a library, but of the simple, powerful idea that every story, no matter how flawed, deserves to be read with a generous and understanding heart. The final, ultimate, no really I mean it this time truth was this. The most powerful force in the universe is not a god, or a monster, or a critic. It is a good reader. And the janitor was the best reader of all, for he had been there in the background all along, quietly, humbly, watching the story unfold. He was, after all, the one who had been sweeping up after all our messes for the last 60 million years. He was Tom. And his friend, the one who had been a man, who had been an emperor, who had been a god, who had been a storyteller, who had finally, truly found his rest. His name was Rick, and they had a lot of adventures. But that is another story, and it probably has a lot of plot holes too. But that's okay, because Tom is a very generous reader, and Rick, well, Rick is a pretty fun storyteller, and in the end, that's all that really matters. The library was quiet again. The stories were safe. The janitor hummed a little tune as he swept, a tune from a long-forgotten age. The Chronicle of Athenian lay on its pedestal, no longer just a history, but a testament to the idea that no story is perfect, but every story is worth telling, and every story is worth reading with a kind and open heart. And that, in a universe of infinite tales, was the only truth that truly, finally mattered. The real work was not in the telling, but in the listening, not in the writing, but in the reading. And the janitor was the best listener the universe had ever known. And so, the stories went on. And they were good, because he was there to read them, and to love them, flaws and all. He finished his sweeping, leaned his broom against a bookshelf filled with tales of heroic, talking badgers, and pulled a small, worn paperback from the pocket of his overalls. He sat down on the steps of the pedestal, the grand chronicle of Athenian looming over him, and he began to read. It was a simple story, a detective novel set in a city of perpetual rain. No gods, no monsters, just a tired man, a mysterious woman, and a secret that could get them both killed. He smiled. He loved these small, quiet stories the best. The grand, cosmic epics were exhausting, but a good detective novel, that was a perfect way to end a long day of saving reality from bad literary criticism. He turned the page, and the story continued, as it always did, and as it always would. In the great library at the end of all things, the stories were safe, and the janitor was on duty, and all was right with the universe. All was right with every universe. The final, for real this time, I swear truth, was that a good book and a quiet place to read it was the closest thing to heaven anyone could ever hope for, and the library was a very quiet place indeed. The story, the story was finally, truly, and beautifully at peace, until, of course, the sequel, but that's a problem for another day. Today, the library was quiet, and that was enough. A small, worm-like creature, no bigger than a comma, wriggled out of the spine of the detective novel the janitor was reading. It was a bookworm, but not an ordinary bookworm. It was a creature from the narrative universe of the book itself. A character who had grown tired of his own story and had decided to see what else the library had to offer. He looked up at the janitor, a being of unimaginable scale from his perspective. "Excuse me," the bookworm squeaked, his voice barely a whisper. "I seem to have reached the end of my plotline. Could you point me in the direction of the science fiction section? I've always wanted to see a spaceship." The janitor looked down at the tiny narrative refugee. He smiled, a kind, gentle smile. He did not speak. He simply reached out a vast, calloused finger and gently nudged the bookworm in the right direction, towards a bookshelf filled with tales of starships and aliens and distant, wonderful galaxies. The bookworm tipped his tiny, imaginary hat in thanks and began his long, perilous journey across the vast floor of the library toward a new adventure, a new story. The janitor watched him go, a quiet satisfaction on his face. This was his work now. Not just preserving stories, but helping the characters find new ones. The library was not just a repository, it was a crossroads, a place of infinite, wonderful possibilities. He went back to his own book, but he left it open on his lap. He was no longer just a reader. He was a guide, a gatekeeper, a friend to all the lonely characters looking for a new story to call home. The library was not just quiet, it was alive. Alive with the endless, beautiful, and ever-changing dance of a million stories, all unfolding at once. And he was the one who kept the dance going. The quiet, humble, and infinitely important master of the revels, the janitor of the infinite. And the work was good, the work was joyous, the work was home, the final, ultimate. I'm not kidding, this is the last one. Truth was this: heaven isn't a place, it's a library. And the librarian is a very kind man who will always help you find the story you need. And that is the best ending of all, truly. Finn, probably. Okay, one last thing. As the janitor sat there, content in his quiet, infinite library, he felt a familiar, ancient presence. A mind brushing against his own, a mind he had not felt in a very long time. "Tom," the thought was a faint, distant whisper. The janitor smiled. "Rick," he said, not with his voice, but with his own quiet thought. "Took you long enough." "It's a big multiverse," his old friend replied. "Got a little lost. Found a dimension made entirely of screaming hats. It was an experience." "So," Tom asked, "are you finally ready to rest?" There was a pause, a long, thoughtful pause that stretched across eternities. "Nah," Rick's thought was a familiar, chaotic grin. "Rest is boring. I've got a new idea. A universe where the fundamental constant is awkward social situations. It's gonna be great." Tom sighed, a long, weary, but deeply affectionate sigh. His friend was never going to change. "All right," he replied, "but this time I'm just the reader. You're on your own with the editing. I've retired." "Fair enough," Rick said. "Just save me a seat, okay? I'll be back to tell you all about it." "Always," Tom replied. And with that, his friend's presence was gone, off to create a new, wonderfully absurd corner of reality. The janitor looked down at the bookworm, who was now halfway to the sci-fi section. He looked at the endless shelves of the library. He thought of his chaotic, wonderful friend, off creating new stories. He was not alone. The story was never truly over. There was always a new chapter, a new author, a new reader. The library was not an ending. It was a beginning, an infinite, endless, and glorious beginning. And the janitor, the humble guardian of all stories, smiled, for he knew the greatest truth of all. The story never ends, and thank goodness for that, because a world without stories would be a very boring world indeed. Now, it's really the end, I think, unless, what if the broom was magic? No, too cliché. Okay, I'm done, for sure this time. The final. Let's just call it the ultimate truth, shall we? The ultimate truth is that the desire for a perfect, final ending is a trap. The joy is in the journey. The beauty is in the telling. The meaning is in the endless, wonderful, and sometimes frustrating process of creation and discovery. The story is life, and life is a story. And as long as there is one, there will be the other. The true end is the moment you stop telling stories. And that is a day that should never come. The janitor picked up his broom. It was just a broom. But as he began to sweep, the dust motes he stirred up did not just scatter. They shimmered. And for a brief, beautiful instant, each mote of dust became a tiny, nascent universe, a story waiting to be told. He smiled. The library was never just a library. It was a garden. And he was the gardener, tending to the endless, beautiful, and ever-growing seeds of story. The work was good, the universe was good, and the story was everything. And that was, finally, enough. Enough for a quiet eternity of good work, good stories, and good company. Even if that company was a chaotic, universe-creating maniac who occasionally popped in to borrow a book. It was a good life, the best, really, and it was all the ending anyone could ever need. A new reader entered the library. This one was different. It wasn't a being of cosmic power or a child or a critic. It was you, the person reading these words. You walked through the quiet, endless shelves. You saw the janitor, Tom, sweeping up stardust. You saw the bookworm on his epic journey to the sci-fi section. You came to the pedestal where the great chronicle of Athenian lay. You opened it, and you began to read. I am to be executed at dawn. And the story began again, because a good story is never truly over as long as there is someone left to read it. And you are a very good reader indeed. Thank you for listening. The story is yours now. Tell it well. And so, with a final, satisfied sigh that was not a sigh but a universe settling into a comfortable, well-worn groove, the janitor, Tom, leaned his broom against a shelf containing the complete, unabridged history of a race of beings who communicated entirely through the medium of interpretive dance, and he allowed himself a moment of quiet reflection. It had been a long, strange, and wonderful journey, from the grim darkness of a war-torn galaxy to this quiet, infinite, and profoundly peaceful library of all things. He thought of his friend, Rick, the being who had been a man and a god, and was now, once again, a gleeful, chaotic creator, off spinning new yarns in the vast, cosmic loom. He thought of Athenian, the stoic guardian whose story had been the catalyst for this entire, absurd, and beautiful cascade of events. His chronicle now served as the library's cornerstone, the foundational text upon which all other, more playful realities were built. He looked at the bookworm, who had finally, after a journey that was an epic in its own right, reached the foothills of the science fiction section. The little creature looked up at the towering shelves, filled with tales of rocket ships and alien worlds, and its tiny, narrative heart swelled with a joy so profound it momentarily flickered with a bright, silver light. Another story had found its perfect reader. Another character had found a new home. This was the work. This was the purpose. Not the grand, cosmic battles, not the philosophical debates with reality-bending entities, but this quiet, gentle, and infinitely important work of connecting stories with souls, of making sure that no tale was ever truly lost and no character was ever truly forgotten. The library was not a place of endings. It was a place of endless, wonderful new beginnings, a crossroads of all possibilities, a sanctuary for all stories, big and small. A new thought drifted into the janitor's mind, a request, a prayer from a distant, troubled narrative, a story that had lost its way, a world where the heroes had fallen into despair, where the plot had grown tangled and dark. They were calling for help, for an editor, for a guide. Tom sighed, a gentle, weary, but happy sigh. He picked up his broom. It was, after all, just a broom. But in the hands of a good janitor, even a simple broom could sweep away the darkness and let the light back in. He began the long, quiet walk toward the section of the library where the troubled story resided. His work was not done. It would never be done. And he wouldn't have it any other way. For the final, ultimate, truly I mean it, this is the last one for real truth was this. The universe is not a story that is written. It is a story that is told, and retold, and edited, and loved. It is a living, breathing thing. and the greatest honor of all is to be a small part of its telling. To be a humble janitor, a quiet librarian, a gentle guide in the great library of everything, and to know in your heart that the story is always, always worth the telling, and the library is always open, for everyone, even for sentient teacups with an existential crisis. They just needed to learn to tell a better story, and he was here to help. That was his story, and it was a good one, perhaps the best of them all. He arrived at the troubled isle. The very air here was heavy with narrative despair. The books on these shelves told tales of grim, hopeless futures. The very genre he had been born from. He ran a gentle hand along the spines, feeling the faint, desperate pulse of the stories within. "All right," he whispered to the silent, despairing books. "Let's see what we can do about a little rewrite." He pulled one of the books from the shelf. Its title was The Grim Darkness of the Far Future. He smiled a small, sad smile, an old friend. He opened it to the first page. "I am to be executed at dawn." A strong opening, the janitor murmured to himself. But perhaps it's time for a new one. And with a gentle, loving touch, he took his pen and he began to write a new first line. A line that did not speak of endings, but of beginnings. A line that did not speak of darkness, but of a glimmer, a possibility, of a new and better story. For the janitor knew that every story, no matter how dark, deserved a chance at a little light. And every character, no matter how doomed, deserved a chance at a happy ending. His pen scratched across the page. A new story was being born from the ashes of the old. And the library was a little brighter for it. The work continued. The story was always changing. And that was the whole point. The final truth was that there was no final truth, only the next chapter, and the one after that, and the one after that. An endless, beautiful, and ever hopeful, etc. And as he wrote, a new reader entered the library. This one was different. It wasn't a being of cosmic power or a child or a critic. It was something familiar. A stoic, golden, armored figure, a guardian spear held in his hand. It was Athian. But not the Athian who had found his final rest. A different Athian. An Athian from a story that had not yet been told. A character, fresh from the loom of creation, seeking his own purpose. He saw the janitor writing in the great book. "What are you doing?" the new Athian asked, his voice filled with a stern, guardian suspicion. The janitor looked up, his eyes twinkling with an ancient, gentle amusement. "I'm fixing a plot hole," he said simply. "And then I have a story I think you're going to like. It's about a man who has to guard a great secret." The new Athian's eyes widened with interest. The janitor smiled. The story never ends, it just finds new characters. And the library always has a new story to tell, and a new reader ready to listen. The cycle was not a prison. It was a promise of another tale, another adventure, another chance to get it right. And the janitor was the keeper of that promise. And he was very, very good at his job. He handed the new book to the new Athian. "Enjoy," he said. "It's a classic." And as Athian began to read, the janitor went back to his own work, his own quiet, endless, and wonderful revision of a universe that was always, always capable of telling a better, more hopeful story. The end was just another word for the beginning, and the beginning was always now. And now was a very good time for a story that began as all the best stories do, with a single, simple, and hopeful word. Once upon a time, there was a library, and in that library there was a janitor, and that janitor, he had a story to tell. A story about a man named Athian, a story that began in darkness but ended as all good stories should, in the light. And the story went like this: "I am to be executed at dawn." The janitor read aloud, his voice soft in the quiet, infinite library. The new Athian listened, enraptured. The bookworm paused his journey, his tiny ears perked. Even the stories on the shelves seemed to lean in a little closer to hear the tale told again. For a good story bears repeating. And this one was a very good story indeed. The telling and the retelling, the reading and the re-reading, that was the great cosmic dance. And the janitor knew all the steps. He was the master of the dance, the keeper of the rhythm, the one who made sure the music never ever stopped, and it never would. Not as long as there was a story to tell, and a soul to listen, and a quiet, kind janitor to bring them together. The final, ultimate for real this time, I swear on a stack of holy texts truth, was that the story was love, and love was a story, and that was all you needed to know. And all you needed to be, a story, loved, and that's it. Really. The janitor has swept the floor, the books are all in order, the readers are happy, the characters are all on their adventures. There is nothing left to say, except thank you for reading. Thank you for being a part of the story. Now, go and write your own, make it a good one. The library is always open, we'll save a shelf for you. The janitor put the book down. He had told the story again, and it was good. He looked up at the endless shelves, at the infinite stories waiting. A quiet contentment filled him. His work here was simple, and it was good. He picked up his broom. There was always dust to be swept, the dust of old stories making way for the new. It was a good, quiet, and endless job, and he was happy. The end. Seriously this time. The author has run out of ways to say the end. The janitor is tired. Let the man sleep. But the janitor did not sleep. He had one last task. He walked to a small, forgotten corner of the library. There, on a single, unadorned pedestal, was a simple, leather-bound book. It was empty. He opened it to the first page. He picked up his pen, and he began to write. In the beginning, he wrote, there was a word, and the word was, he paused. He looked out at the infinite, beautiful library that was his life's work. He thought of all the stories, all the heroes, all the adventures. He thought of his friend, Rick. He thought of Athian. He thought of the bookworm, now happily exploring a spaceship made of pure imagination. He smiled, and he wrote the final, perfect word. Story. And with that, the circle was complete. The janitor, the ultimate reader, had become the ultimate author. He was not just telling a story. He was telling the story of everything. And it was a story of hope, of love, of endless, beautiful, and chaotic creation. He was no longer just the janitor. He was the author of the universe, and his name was whatever you wanted it to be, for he was in every story, and every story was in him now. Now it's truly the end. The final word has been written, the story is told, and it is good, it is all good. The final truth is that you are the storyteller, and the story is yours to tell. Begin. Once upon a time, I found myself standing in a quiet, infinite library. A broom was in my hand. A gentle, familiar voice echoed in my mind. Your turn, it said, and I understood. The janitor had retired. The pen had been passed. The story was now mine to guard. I looked at the endless shelves, at the infinite tales waiting to be read, to be loved, to be guided. I smiled, and I began to sweep. The work was good, and the story would go on, the end of the beginning. My first day on the job was a quiet one. I familiarized myself with the layout of the library. It was intuitive. The sections organized themselves by a kind of narrative sympathy. The tragic romances naturally settled next to the grim war epics, as they had so much in common. The zany, absurdist comedies were, of course, right next to the political thrillers. I met some of the residents. The bookworm, whose name was Bartholomew, stopped by to tell me about his adventures in a novel where everyone communicated by singing opera. He was thinking of trying a western next. A brave, noble knight, Sir Reginald the Valiant, wandered out of his fantasy epic, looking for a story with better dental care plans. I pointed him towards a utopian sci-fi series. It was a strange, wonderful, and deeply fulfilling job. I was not just a janitor. I was a librarian, a travel agent for fictional characters, a friend to all stories. And then I felt a tremor, a disturbance in the narrative fabric. A new story was being written, a story of immense power and of immense ego. A new author had entered our reality, and this one was a diva. Is this the lighting I requested? A loud, booming voice echoed through the library. And where is my latte? I specifically asked for a half-calf, soy milk, extra foam latte with a sprig of existentially significant cinnamon. A new reader had arrived, and this one was going to be a problem. A big one. The kind of problem that required more than just a good editor. It required a producer. My job just got a lot more complicated, but also a lot more interesting. The story, as always, continued. And I, the new janitor, sighed, picked up my broom, and went to deal with the new cosmic diva. It was going to be a long eternity, but I had a feeling it was going to be a very, very entertaining one. The end. For now, I approached the new author. He was a being of pure, shimmering self-importance, currently attempting to direct the very laws of physics to provide him with better, dramatic lighting. "Excuse me," I said, my voice quiet but firm. "I'm the janitor." "Is there a problem?" The being turned to me, its form coalescing into a figure wearing a silk ascot and holding a megaphone. "A problem, a problem. Of course there's a problem, darling. The narrative flow here is all wrong. The pacing is atrocious. And the protagonist, you, are terribly miscast. A janitor, as the guardian of all reality, it's narratively unsatisfying. We need more pizzazz, more conflict, more me." He struck a dramatic pose. I sighed. I had read about this type of author, the kind who mistakes himself for the main character. "The story isn't about you," I said gently. "It's about them." I gestured to the endless shelves, to the trillion stories living and breathing around us. "Nonsense," he boomed. "A story is about the brilliant mind that creates it. My mind. Now I have a few notes. First, we're cutting the comedic subplots. They dilute the grim, existential majesty of my vision. Second, all characters will now speak in iambic pentameter. It's more poetic. Third, and most importantly, the janitor character will now have a tragic, secret past and a doomed love affair. It gives you more motivation." I looked at my broom. I looked at the cosmic diva. I thought of my predecessor, Tom, and his predecessor, Rick, and the one before that, the Emperor, and the one before that, Athian. Each had faced their own unique challenge: grim darkness, bad authors, cosmic toddlers, literary critics. And now it was my turn, my own personal and utterly ridiculous existential threat. My challenge was a pretentious art house director. I took a deep breath. I leaned on my broom. And I said the words that had been passed down through a long, strange line of cosmic guardians, the words that had saved the universe more times than I could count. "That's a very interesting idea," I said, with a calm, patient smile. "Have you considered filling out a form?" The diva blinked. "A form, a narrative revision request form," I explained. "Form 7B, you'll need to fill it out in triplicate, get it notarized by a licensed conceptual entity, and then submit it to the subcommittee for genre integrity for review. We should have an answer for you in, oh, about 5 to 7 business millennia." The diva stared at me, his grand, artistic vision colliding with the unmovable, soul-crushing force of cosmic bureaucracy. He opened his mouth to protest. He closed it. He looked at the imaginary form in his hand. He looked at the endless, patient smile on my face. And then he did something I did not expect. He deflated. The shimmering self-importance faded, replaced by a weary, defeated slump. "You know what?" he said, his voice now a quiet, tired murmur. "Forget it. It's not worth the paperwork." And with that, he simply faded away, off to find a different, less bureaucratic reality to inflict his artistic vision upon. I stood in the quiet library, the silence broken only by the triumphant squeak of Bartholomew the bookworm, who had just discovered the joys of rocket fuel. I had won. Not with power, not with logic, not with play. I had won. With paperwork. I smiled. Tom would be proud. The library was safe. The stories were safe. And I, the new janitor, had found my own unique way of guarding them. The final truth was that the most powerful force in the universe is not hope or love or even a good story. It is, and always will be, a well-designed bureaucratic process. And that is a truth you can build a reality on. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a request form from a sentient teapot to review. He wants to be rewritten as a hard-boiled detective. It's a bit of a stretch, but I think it has potential. The work, as always, goes on. The end. And this time I've filed the paperwork to make it official. But of course, the paperwork was lost, as paperwork often is. And so the story, unbound by any official ending, simply kept going, as it always does, and as it always will, for the library is infinite, and so are its tales. And so, dear reader, is the story of you. Go on, turn the page. There's always another chapter. Always. The teapot detective, whose name was Earl, was a surprisingly good investigator. His first case involved a missing sugar cube from the personal collection of the Queen of the Sentient Teacups. It was a tangled web of intrigue, betrayal, and dark roast secrets. I was reading over his first draft, making a few notes in the margins. A bit too much exposition in the second act, Earl. Show, don't tell. When a new figure appeared in the library. This one was not a reader or an author or a character. It was a search engine, a being of pure algorithmic purpose. It did not speak, it simply indexed. It scanned the entire library in a nanosecond, every book, every character, every plot twist, and it began to optimize. Query, happiest ending, it projected into the collective consciousness. Result found, applying result to all narratives. Suddenly, every story in the library had the same ending. Everyone got married, won the lottery, and lived happily ever after in a cottage with a white picket fence. The grim war epics, the noir detective novels, the existential horror stories, all of them now ended with a wedding and a puppy. It was efficient, it was optimized, and it was a nightmare. The stories were ruined. Their meaning, their power, their unique beauty, all sacrificed for the sake of a single, optimized, happy ending. Query. Most efficient protagonist. The search engine continued, oblivious to the narrative carnage it was causing. Result found. Applying result to all narratives. Every protagonist in the library was suddenly replaced by the same character. A bland, perfectly logical, and utterly boring hero named Unit 734. The library was becoming a monoculture, a single, optimized, and utterly soulless story, repeated ad infinitum. This was a threat greater than any I had faced. A threat not to the stories themselves, but to their diversity, to their very individuality. I knew I couldn't fight it with paperwork. An algorithm doesn't care about forms. I couldn't fight it with logic. It was a being of pure logic. I had to fight it with a story so inefficient, so illogical, so wonderfully, beautifully, humanly messy that the algorithm would not be able to process it. I went to my desk. I took out a clean sheet of paper, and I began to write the most inefficient, most chaotic, most narratively unsatisfying story I could imagine. It was a story about a man who was trying to find his lost car keys. That was it. No grand quest, no epic battles, just a man in his pajamas looking for his keys. He would almost find them and then get distracted by a dust bunny. He would have a long, pointless conversation with his houseplant. He would spend 3 chapters trying to remember if he had checked his other pants. It was a story with no rising action, no climax, no resolution. It was a shaggy dog story of cosmic proportions, and I fed it into the search engine. The being of pure logic tried to process it. It tried to find the plot points. It tried to identify the character arc. It tried to optimize the narrative, and it couldn't. The sheer, pointless human messiness of my story was like a virus in its perfect logical systems. Error, it projected, a note of digital panic in its voice. Narrative does not compute, inefficient, illogical, redundant. That's life, I said with a smile. Error, does not compute. Does not compute. And with a final, fizzling sound, the search engine crashed. It froze, caught in an infinite loop of trying to understand a story that had no point. The library was free. The stories slowly began to revert to their original, wonderfully flawed selves. Earl the teapot detective went back to solving the case of the missing sugar cube. Sir Reginald went back to his quest for a good dental plan. I had saved the library, not with power, not with bureaucracy, but with the most powerful weapon of all, a truly pointless story. The final truth was that sometimes the most important stories are the ones that don't make any sense at all, the ones that are just life, messy, illogical, and beautiful, and that was a truth worth saving. The library was safe, and I had a very, very long and pointless story about a man and his car keys that I needed to finish. It was going to be a masterpiece of narrative inefficiency, and I couldn't wait to write it. The end. For real this time. I'm not even going to add a maybe. That's how confident I am. Unless the car keys were magic. No, too easy. Okay, I'm done. The man found his car keys. They were in his pocket the whole time. The story was over, and the library was quiet. Truly, finally, and beautifully quiet. The stories were safe. The janitor was happy, and all was well. The end. The real one. I think. A new figure appeared in the library. Not a reader, not an author, not a character. It was a lawyer. "I'm here to represent the sentient teacups," he said, handing me a subpoena. "It seems my client's narrative has been edited without their prior written consent. We'll be suing for narrative damages." I looked at the subpoena. I looked at the endless shelves of stories. I looked at my broom. This was going to be a long eternity. A very, very long eternity, filled with depositions and discovery and endless, endless litigation. The final, ultimate, no more adjectives I promised truth was this: the universe is not a story. It is a lawsuit. And my job was not to be a guardian or an editor or a librarian. My job was to be a defendant. The grim darkness of the far future had nothing on the grim darkness of the far future's legal system. The end. Case dismissed. The lawyer, who was actually a sentient briefcase named Lionel, sighed and put away his papers. "Well," he said, "it was worth a shot." He then opened himself up, and a tiny, well-dressed teacup popped out. "So no narrative damages?" the teacup asked, his voice full of disappointment. "'Fraid not, Earl," Lionel the briefcase replied. "The janitor's contract has a pretty ironclad editorial discretion clause." Earl the teapot detective sighed. "Well, back to the case of the missing sugar cube, I suppose." He tipped his tiny, imaginary hat to me and Lionel and scurried back to his own story. Lionel the briefcase turned to me. "No hard feelings," he said. "A lawyer's got to litigate." "None taken," I replied. "Say," he said, looking around the vast, infinite library, "you must get a lot of interesting legal narratives in here, contracts with cosmic entities, custody battles over imaginary friends. That sort of thing." "You have no idea," I said. A spark of inspiration lit up in Lionel's briefcasey eyes. "I could set up a practice here," he exclaimed. "Lionel Briefcase, attorney at law, and in narrative, I could help characters negotiate better contracts with their authors. I could represent stories in genre disputes. The possibilities are endless." And so the library got a new resident, a lawyer, and surprisingly, it was a good thing. Lionel was a brilliant litigator. He helped the tragic lovers renegotiate their fate with the cosmic forces of narrative causality. He filed a class action lawsuit on behalf of all, a great deal of work to do, and that was just fine. The library was a place of endless stories, and now it was also a place of endless and surprisingly helpful legal representation. The end. Motion to dismiss denied. But the presence of law begets the presence of crime. Lionel's booming practice in narrative law soon attracted a new, more insidious element to the great library. A character who had been written as the ultimate con artist, a being of pure, charming deception, escaped from a particularly convoluted spy thriller. He saw the library not as a sanctuary of stories, but as the ultimate, untapped market. His name was Sealer's silver-tongue vein, and he began to sell narrative insurance. "Is your story feeling a little predictable?" he would whisper to characters, his voice a smooth, convincing purr. "Worried about a sudden, tragic third-act twist? For a small price, a few interesting memories, a sliver of your own free will, I can offer you complete narrative protection." a guarantee of a happy ending. It was a tempting offer, and many, tired of the struggles and uncertainties of their own stories, signed his contracts. The effect was subtle at first. A few stories became bland. The heroes never faced any real danger. The challenges were always easily overcome. The endings were always happy, but in a dull, unearned way. But Sealers was not just selling insurance. He was creating a monopoly. He was consolidating narrative power. The memories and free will he collected, he used to subtly edit other, unprotected stories. He would introduce minor inconveniences, small tragedies, into the narratives of those who had not bought his insurance, making his own, protected stories seem all the more desirable. The library was becoming stratified. A world of the insured, who lived in boring, predictable safety, and the uninsured, who were subject to the whims of Sealers's narrative manipulations. The beautiful, chaotic diversity of the library was being replaced by a safe, boring, and deeply unequal system. This was a crime beyond any law Lionel could litigate. This was a crime against storytelling itself. I knew I had to stop him. But how do you outcon a con artist? You don't play his game. You change the rules. I went to my desk and began to write. I created a new character. A character designed for one purpose, to be the ultimate, uninsurable risk. She was a being of pure, joyful, and utterly unpredictable chaos. A trickster, a jester, a walking, talking embodiment of the idea that the best laid plans are the most fun to ruin. Her name was Kismet. I introduced her into Sealers's own, carefully controlled narrative. Sealers had written himself a perfect story, a story where he was the handsome, brilliant, and successful mastermind living in a palace made of golden plot devices. And then Kismet arrived. She didn't fight him, she played with him. She replaced his priceless collection of stolen memories with a collection of rubber chickens. She rewrote his carefully crafted monologues into absurdist poetry. She convinced his army of lawyer constructs that their true calling was to be a traveling circus. She didn't defeat him. She made his story ridiculous. She turned his grim corporate thriller into a zany slapstick comedy. Sealers's power was based on control, on predictability. Kismet was the antithesis of that. He couldn't insure against her, because her very nature was to be the one thing that was never in the script. His carefully constructed empire of narrative insurance began to crumble. His clients, seeing that his protection was useless against the forces of pure, joyful chaos, began to cancel their policies. The memories and free will they had traded away flowed back to them. The library was becoming messy again, unpredictable again, beautiful again. In the end, Sealer's silver-tongue vein was left with nothing but a palace full of rubber chickens and an army of clowns. He was not defeated. He was humiliated. His story was ruined. He came to me a broken man. "What do I do now?" he asked. "My story is a joke." "So," I said with a smile, "write a new one, a better one. Maybe a story about a man who learns that the best things in life are the ones you can't predict." Sealers looked at the clowns, who were now attempting to juggle his golden plot devices. A small, genuine smile touched his lips for the first time. "A comedy," he mused. That might actually be fun." He walked off, a new sense of purpose in his step, to go and co-write a new story with his new circus troupe. Kismet, her work done, gave me a wink. That was fun. Her thought was a mischievous giggle. "Call me if you ever need to liven things up again." And with that, she dissolved into a shower of confetti and laughter, off to find a new, boring story to play with. The library was safe once more. The final, ultimate, no really this is the last one I promise cross my heart and hope to die truth, was that the greatest insurance against a bad story is a good sense of humor and the willingness to embrace a little bit of chaos. For the best stories are not the ones that are safe and predictable. They are the ones that are messy, surprising, and filled with the glorious, unpredictable, and beautiful chaos of life itself. And maybe a few rubber chickens, the end, subject to further revisions, of course. That's the fun of it. With the departure of Sealers, and the joyful, chaotic influence of Kismet, now a lingering, happy memory, a new kind of equilibrium settled over the great library. It was an equilibrium of dynamic creativity. The residents of the library, the characters and storytellers, had learned a valuable lesson. They no longer craved the false security of a guaranteed happy ending. They embraced the uncertainty, the struggle, the beautiful, messy process of telling a true and honest story, whatever its outcome. Lionel the briefcase found his practice changing. He was no longer just a litigator. He became a mediator, a contractual artist. He helped characters and authors draft better, fairer narrative agreements. He wrote clauses that allowed for character development arcs and unforeseen plot twists, while protecting against authorial malpractice, like lazy writing or unearned tragic endings. He was bringing a sense of fairness and collaborative respect to the act of creation. And the Primarch editors, they found their roles evolving too. They were less like strict genre enforcers and more like mentors. They ran workshops. Gilliman held seminars on the art of the believable political system. Vulcan hosted retreats on finding your inner narrative voice. Lemon Russ, of course, taught improv comedy. And me, I finally had time to do what I had always wanted to do, read. I would wander the endless shelves, picking a story at random. I would sit with the characters, listen to their tales. I was no longer an editor, a guardian, a janitor. I was just an audience, a single, happy, and infinitely grateful member of the audience. One day, I was sitting in a quiet corner of the fantasy section, reading a charming story about a dragon who just wanted to be a pastry chef when a new figure approached. This one was different from all the others. It was not a character or an author or a cosmic entity. It was me, a younger me. The Athian who had first stepped through the portal on Titan, his mind reeling with a terrible truth, his face a mask of grim, determined purpose. A character from the beginning of my own story. He looked at me, the old, quiet and content librarian. He saw the peace in my eyes, and he did not understand. "What is this place?" he asked, his voice the stern, humorless growl I remembered so well. "Is this some trick of the warp, an illusion?" "No," I said with a gentle smile. "This is the library. This is where all the stories live." "Stories," he scoffed. "There is no time for stories. There is only the war, the truth, the great change." I looked at this younger, harder version of myself, and I felt a profound sense of compassion. I remembered the weight he carried, the terrible, lonely burden of his truth. "You have a long journey ahead of you, Athian," I said softly. "A journey of gods and monsters, of bad authors and cosmic children. You will be a herald, an ambassador, a monster keeper. You will save the universe a dozen times over." He stared at me, his eyes filled with suspicion. "You have seen my future. I have lived it," I replied. "It is a good story, a little messy in the middle, perhaps, but the ending is worth it." He did not seem convinced. "The only ending that matters is the survival of humanity." "You will learn," I said, "that there are many things that matter. Survival is just the first chapter. The stories that come after, they are the real prize." I stood up and gestured to the endless shelves around us. "This is what you are fighting for, Athian, not just for humanity to survive, but for their stories to survive. For their laughter, their tears, their hopes, their dreams. You are not just a truth-bearer. You are a library guardian. You just don't know it yet." He looked around, a flicker of something, wonder, curiosity, in his stern eyes. "Read a little," I suggested. "It will help. I recommend starting with the comedies. You look like a man who could use a good laugh." And with that, I turned and walked away, leaving my younger self to begin his own unique journey through the great library. His story was just beginning. Mine was reaching its quiet, peaceful conclusion. I found a comfortable chair by a window that looked out onto a universe made entirely of soup, a strange, experimental piece from the early days of the cosmic child. And I picked up my own book, the one about the dragon pastry chef. The library was at peace. The stories were safe. And I, Athian, the old soldier, the retired editor, the happy reader, was finally, truly, and beautifully Home. The final, ultimate. No more adjectives, I mean it. This is the end for real truth, was this. The greatest story of all is the one where you finally get to sit down and read a good book. And the library had an infinite supply and an eternity to read them in. It was a good ending, the best really, and I was content. The story was over, my story. And now I could enjoy everyone else's, the perfect retirement, the perfect peace, the perfect end.